マスタービーム打ってもらえるかにゃ。
かしこまりにゃ
ビームってヨネセックスだにゃ。
始まるよ。
Hello everybody, and welcome to the much-anticipated return of Pokemon. Yeah, we are still under-leveled. To my knowledge, I think the minimum Pokemon level we'll see in the Elite Four, I believe, is 40. And as you can see, we don't have a single Pokemon that's level 40, so we have a little bit of an uphill battle in front of us. But you know what? That's fine, because today we actually have some sloppa to listen to while we grind. And I call it sloppa affectionately because I find it interesting, at least. But you know, maybe you will find it interesting too. Who knows? I've been listening to some videos on Pokemon soft locks recently, and well, we can listen to it together because why not? I find breaking these type of games pretty interesting. Especially with all of the, like, all the factors and moving parts that go on with Pokemon, and all the possibilities and situations you can put yourself in. Can the devs account for them all? The answer is no, obviously, because you can softlock yourself. If you really try hard enough, it's possible. Let's learn all about it.
Hello internet users. So a while ago, I made some videos discussing some softlocks you can do in the first generation.
You guys will have to let me know how the volume is. I think it should be okay, but
I decided that continuing these kind of videos under the hidden content name wouldn't be a really good fit. So welcome to a new segment I'm going to call Softlock Picking. And like last time, today we're going to be basing the subject of this episode off of what you, the comments, have sent in. After all of my messing around with Gen 1, one of the most popular ideas suggested to me was different methods you could use to
Alright, I guess the best place to grind is just the fucking Victory Road.
Pokemon in your possession, Magikarp. After going through all of the different
Where else are we gonna grind?
messages and emails I've gotten, I've put together all of the ideas seen in these suggestions and have created 3 scenarios that,
hello Tom, how are you doing?
Should be impossible for anyone to escape. And today, I'm going to be putting that to the test. Bear in mind, though, that like before, the use of outside help such as cheating devices and connecting to other games is not allowed. We're going to attempt to escape using only the game and the game alone. With that out of the way, let's jump into the topic you've all been demanding I do more of, making Pokemon not fun to play. The first
yes,
takes
you.
the least amount of time to set up. Simply starting a game and play it.
You're doing good and chilling. That's good. I am also chilling.
It is here that we can buy a level 5 Magikarp from this man. Now to set the trap up, complete the following tasks. Once you
Oh yeah, I should probably
Magikarp,
turn attack
make sure that
animations
all of
off,
the
shouldn't I?
trainers up to this point have been defeated. Next, get rid of all of your money and items, including all of the hidden ones found on the ground that are available to you up to this point in the game. If you recall from the previous softlock videos, this is in order to make it impossible for us to gain money, which could then be used to buy Pokeballs. However, keep in
gotta
mind
get this
that
fucking
there are some
grind done,
items
man.
inside of
It's
Mountain
insane.
Moon. So as a part of the last step, you'll need to pick up all
The
of
grind
ones that
shall
can be
restrict me
obtained
no
before
longer.
coming across an unavoidable trainer fight. As a point of reference, this Team Rocket grunt here marks the farthest you can possibly go without battling any trainers. And finally, release all of your other Pokemon. And with all of that, the trap is complete. Because our only Pokemon is a level 5 Magikarp, Magikarp that just knows Splash, we're unable to defeat the trainers required to progress through Mount Moon to continue the game. And because we have no way of obtaining any more money, it is impossible to buy any more Pokeballs. And because we can't buy Pokeballs, we can't catch any Pokemon that know any offensive moves. In theory, our Pokemon
Hello,
journey
Kusair,
has
and
come
hello,
to a
Kuro.
complete
How are you both
halt,
doing?
with no way to move forward. So there is no choice but to start.
We're
the
grinding
game over from
Pokemon
the
today and
beginning.
watching Sloppa.
This particular
I say
setup was the most
Sloppa affectionately, of
popular
course.
sent into me when it
Alert.
came to tracking
An
and
unauthorized
such.
connection has been detected in the
I'm honestly kinda
ThiCam.
surprised, though.
All personnel brace for ThiCam activation.
No!
Security breach contained. The ThiCam has been deactivated for your safety. You may resume your normal viewing experience. Have a nice day.
Who do I have to pay to get decent network security around here? I'm trying to run a show and people are hacking my ThiCam. How dare they? Yes, I hope you enjoy the new ThiCam Redeem. I got a little creative with that one. I hope you guys like it. I'm in my nuclear attack bunker. What happened? The thighs happened, Salami. Thank you so much for the big emote, Tom.
Because, well, it's not too difficult to figure
You're
out
gonna
how to
learn
get
Calm
out.
Mind.
To sum up the solution in one word,
I guess we'll
struggle.
forget Miracle Eye.
Since
Miracle Eye is kind of
Magikarp only knows
situational.
Splash, the only way for it to deal damage is by exhausting its PP to the point where it has to attack with Struggle. So if you use Struggle, then even a weak Magikarp should be able to slowly but surely level up to the point where it could learn Tackle, or even evolve into Gyarados. However, there was a comment that
Would you
raises
guys
an
want to
argument
exhaust
that.
Magikarp's
The logic here is
PP?
that
I
because
wouldn't.
Splash has 40 PP, it wouldn't be possible to exhaust it in battle before you'd be knocked out. And even if you're up against the Metapods and Kakunas that only know Harden in Viridian Forest, their defense would be too high by the time you could use Struggle, which means you'd end up knocking yourself out from recoil damage first. And of course, when all of your Pokemon have fainted, you'll be sent back to the last
Yeah, when are we
Pokemon
gonna use
Center
a
you
Psychic
visited,
type against a
with
Dark
all of
type
your
anyway?
HP and PP restored. However, I regret to
I think it
inform
also
you that
cuts through Double Team,
Mr.
but like,
Elf
how many
Monster,
Pokemon
but
in
you've
the
overlooked an incredibly
base
obvious
game
flaw
use
in your
Double
argument.
Team?
All
Not
you
very
have to
many.
do is exhaust your PP against the Cocoon Pokemon and just run from them. After that, you can use Struggle to KO the various weak Pokemon found at the start of the game. Doing this is incredibly tedious, as your Magikarp will eventually faint from struggling. And once this happens, you'll have to spend 40 turns staring at a Metapod or Kakuna just to be able to attack again. And unfortunately,
Always
as I
exhausting
learned
your
from doing
PP
this,
everywhere.
You'll only be able to take down 1 or 2 wild Pokemon each time.
Cardinals.
Also keep in mind, healing at a Pokemon Center will restore Splash's PP, so there isn't anything we can do about
No, my
Splash's
PP got
PP.
restored. Help.
And since we don't have any access to money or items, that means we can't stock up on potions either. The amount of time it will take to level up Magikarp enough to evolve is so ridiculous that you're much better off just starting a new save file and replaying to where you left off. In fact, I don't think it would be an exaggeration to say that you could go on and finish the rest of the game, and that would still take less time. But even though this is clearly not the most
Magikarp
efficient
only
method,
Nuzlocke.
the point of this experiment
Well, to
is
be
prove
at
that
least,
it's not a
you're not
situation that
really
is
losing much when they get
impossible
knocked
to
out. You can just catch another
so
one,
after
right?
much time has passed. No, really, this took forever, and it's hardly an accomplishment worth bragging about. The Magikarp will level up enough to learn Tackle, which will speed things up towards getting the Gyarados. And once you have that, you'll absolutely have no trouble continuing your Pokemon journey, as if you were never even stuck in the first place. So sorry, comments, but this isn't the game-ending situation you thought it was. But that scenario is just a taste of what's to come. Now let's try doing this somewhere else, with trap number 2. Same premise as before, you want to release everything but a level 5 Magikarp, with no way to gain money or items.
Yeah, we're basically
However, the
listening
point of the game we're
listening
going
to
be doing
scenarios
at
on
this
how to
time
make
is the
Pokemon
Indigo
unplayable.
Plateau, right before the
Which I'm
game's
sure is a
final
topic
battle
you guys will
against the
find very
Elite Four.
fascinating
For this
like I
setup,
did.
Also make sure that the last Pokemon Center you used was this one here. This is to ensure that when you black out, you will always return to this location. The logic of this trap is as follows. Because Magikarp is our only Pokemon, we can't possibly take on the Elite Four, meaning we have no choice but to leave and come back with Pokemon that can. And this is where you realize that doing so isn't so simple. Without a Pokemon that knows Fly,
The game
only
can
way
be a
to
little
go
quieter.
back
Yeah, I
is
can
to
turn the
take
game down a
the
little bit.
road. But without a Pokemon that knows Strength, that is impossible either. And even if there weren't boulders in the way, once you make it back to the entrance of the
How's
area,
that?
you'll find this body of water you have to swim across to get back to Viridian City. And of course, we don't have a Pokemon that can surf either. Although we have to have HM3 and HM4 to even make it to this part of the game, at this point we've already released whatever Pokemon we used to get here in the first place. And without a way to get Pokeballs, we can't catch anything that would be able to learn those moves. With the way things are now, it seems like we're completely screwed. The end of the game is just out of reach, and we're left with no choice but to hit New Game on the main menu. But is that really the case? Of course, Magikarp is unable to learn any TMs or HMs, but
Oh wow, we
Gyarados
actually
can,
confused with
and Surf and
Psybeam.
Strength happen to be the only
I can turn it up
HMs
a little
that it
bit.
can learn in this game. So like before, if we can evolve Magikarp, then that
Yeah,
means
obviously
we
with
can
a
escape the
grind
trap.
stream, all
But
you're
the
really
question
missing
now
is the
becomes,
battle
how do we
music.
do that? Out of all the wild Pokemon we can find in Victory Road, there isn't anything our level 5 Magikarp can possibly beat. But there is still an answer. If during your playthrough you picked up the Old Rod, you can still fight against Pokemon weak enough to defeat with struggle. Simply walk into Lorelei's room and use the Old Rod at the side here. You will always fish up a level 5 Magikarp, no matter what body of water you fish at. Once you're in a battle against Magikarp, you're going to have to sit through 40 turns of splashing before you can use struggle. Like before, this is going to be another test of patience. It will take quite a long time to get a Gyarados from grinding off of Magikarp. But once again, the point here is to prove that we aren't permanently stuck, no matter how ridiculous the method of escape may be. Though let me tell you, there is something really humiliating about constantly dying from a Magikarp in Lorelei's room. And sadly, that is going to be happening for a while
15
until you get
PP
this thing
streak.
level up.
Thank you so much for the watch streak,
This is clearly
Tom.
the kind of show that you shouldn't be playing along with at home. At the very least, if you want to find a way to amuse yourself while you're doing it, you can always fish in the statue. Yeah, for some reason you can both fish and surf on every one of these in the game. It's kind of fun to mess around with. Seriously, try it out for yourself.
Wait, what?
Anyways,
You can surf in
eventually
the
we get
statue?
ourselves
Since
a
when?
Gyarados, which we can then teach
I remember
surf and strength,
that.
and then use to leave the Pokemon.
Fake fan
And
detective,
just
he
like
doesn't know
that,
about the
we've
statue
escaped another
glitch.
trap. But I'm not quite satisfied with this outcome. I'm sure right now some of you are thinking, isn't the Old Rod an optional item? What if you didn't get it earlier in the game? And you are correct. It is entirely possible to ignore picking up the Old Rod while playing the game, meaning
Okay,
that if
we
we
can't-
were to trap ourselves outside
Alright,
of
yeah,
the
I was gonna
Elite
say,
Four
is there,
without ever
did they add a
receiving
new
it, we would
area
not
back
be
here?
able
And
to
the
use
answer
this
is no,
method
they
to
did
get
not.
out. So I decided to up the challenge a little. Would it still be possible to escape from the Indigo Plateau without the use of the Old Rod? Well, if you know me, you'll know that I just love to solve pointless puzzles like this, so let's break it down and
Imagine
find
being
out.
stuck in
The
a
first
weird
goal
and
is to find a way for our
dystopian
level 5
video
Magikarp
game
to gain
hellscape
EXP in an
where-
area
I
where the
can't
only
see
wild
shit
Pokemon we
without
can
my
find are at a
fucking
ridiculously
glasses.
higher level.
Hey, I need
Meaning
those
that
to see,
out of
I'll have
all
you
the
know.
ones available to us, we need to find a method to make one fail
Imagine
in
being
battle
stuck
while
in the
Magikarp
dystopian
survives
video
and
game
receives
logic to where you
EXP.
can't ask
But is
somebody
there
for a
really
ride.
any possibility for
You
such
can't
a
ask
thing to
somebody for a
occur?
ride home.
Actually, there is, and it can be done with two of these Pokemon, Geodude and Graveler. Why these two? Because at the levels they're both found at in Victory Road, they will know some very helpful moves for this escape plan. Self-destruct and explosion. I think you can see where I'm going with this. If either of these Pokemon use one of those moves and misses, then they will KO themselves, leaving our Magikarp free to reap a nice reward of EXP, meaning that it can level up without actually having to battle. However, both self-destruct and explosion have an accuracy of 100%.
I like to think
which
that
means
Red
in order
is
for it to
so
miss,
prideful.
we're going to have to rely
He's
on the
he's either
infamous
mute
1
or
in
he's so fucking
256
prideful that
For
he
those
would rather
unfamiliar with this glitch,
train a
I'll sum it
level
up
5
simply.
Magikarp
Due to
off
how
of
the
random
10-1
chance than
check
ask Professor Oak
accuracy,
for another
moves that are
Pokemon.
supposed to never be able to miss have a 1 in 256
No glasses,
chance
it's
of
not
missing
legal to hit
completely.
you.
This is of course assuming that status moves
It's
such as
illegal to
Sand
hit
Attack
foxes,
or Double
Slimy, I'll have you
Teleport
know.
in play. Although the odds are annoyingly small, and it will no doubt take some time to do, it's certainly possible to use this method to level up your Magikarp to the point where it can evolve. But once again, I have to say that it would still take less time to play through the game from
What'd I
the
do?
beginning. Once you have your Gyarados, you can teach it the 2 HMs, and escape to Viridian
Are
City.
you upset you missed the
But why
Thicam
stop
earlier?
there?
Is that
After
it?
everything I just endured, running away hardly seems
I'll have
like
you
the
know
most
that
elegant
activating my
escape.
Thicam
So
without
how
my
about I
permission
finish
is
it this way instead? After
a very
much,
naughty thing to do.
Much more grinding. I got the very same Gyarados up to the max level, and soloed my way through the Elite Four and Champions.
I'll have whoever you
What's that,
hired to
Clarence?
do
I was
that
supposed to be trapped
drawn,
forever
hung,
with
and
a
quartered.
Magikarp? Pardon me
For
while
the
I
high
just walk
crime
through the
of
Hall
exposing
Fame
my
with
thighs to the
level
public.
100 Gyarados. And with that, the score is 2-0. Okay, now we're on to the last trap. This time the challenge is to escape from Cinnabar Island. You know the drill by now. No money, no items, and no other Pokemon. Also be sure that your last heal was done at this area's Pokemon Center, and that all of the trainers in the gyms in Pokemon Mansion are defeated. And just in case you forget,
you didn't miss
make
it?
sure
Okay.
that among the other Pokemon you release,
didn't know.
the resurrected Pokemon
No, it's
the
fine,
boss you
Kuro.
picked up at Mount Moon is included. Both of them
You
are
saw the.
capable
You're
of
the
running
first
smart,
person to
so
push
we
the
need to
big
get
red
rid of them
button.
to
Do you
make
feel
sure
proud?
we're actually stuck. If you'll recall from
I'm not saying
earlier,
that in a mean way
the simplest
either.
solution
I'm asking
here would be to
genuinely.
just use the old rod at the
I worked
water,
really hard on that
slowly
redeem, and
grinding
you're the
off
first
of the
person who
magic
used it.
card. However, once again, I'm going to ban the use of this due to the fact that you can choose not to pick it up while playing through the game. And this is where things got a bit tricky for me. Without the rod, it seems as though there really is no possible way off the island. At first, I was confident that I could go into the Pokemon Mansion and rely on the 1 in 256 glitch to cause a wild coughing or wheezing self-destruct attack to miss, just like in the previous trap. But there are some problems with that idea. First of all, both of these Pokemon cannot be found in Yellow version. And second, in Red and Blue, the highest level that a coughing could be found here is at level 35. And the highest you can find wheezing is at level 42. And what level do these
Ooh, a
Pokemon
shiny
learn
button.
self-destruct? Level 43. That's right. The possibility to escape this trap is just
You know, I
out of
have
reach.
signs posted
I've tried
all over
looking
my
into different
castle
options,
telling the
but none of
viewers
it
not
has
to go
gone
into my
anywhere.
control room.
So it looks as
But do you
though
think they
stranding
listen?
yourself on an
No.
island with just Magikarp truly is impossible to get out of. This one is unfortunately a failure. And there you have it. Ridiculous ways to get out of ridiculous situations. in
My
the Gen
loyal
1
and obsessed
Pokemon
viewers
games.
find themselves
I'm sure at
all
this
over the
point there are
place,
probably a
touching
few of you
everything.
asking, well, what about the remakes? I've talked about this before, but the possibility to create situations like these
Those signs
would be
can't stop
addressed
you
by
'cause you
Game
can't
Freak
read.
in later generations.
Fair
In
enough.
future games, including the Fire Red and Leaf Green remakes, you would be unable to release
Thwarted
your
by
last Pokemon
illiteracy
that
once
knew an
again.
HM move. Attempting to do so would cause it to return with a message saying that it was worried about you, thus preventing the player from doing something stupid, whether it be intentional or not.
You know, that I actually had that happen to me once. Not soft locking myself, but I tried to release a Pokemon, the last Pokemon that knew an HM move, and it wouldn't let me release it. And I couldn't draw the connection that it was stopping me from doing that because it knows HM moves. It's not even like I was in an area where I'd get soft lock either. It just didn't let me do it. It's like, why the fuck can't I release the Zigzagoon? What's going on here? No, you must keep the Zigzagoon. He loves you. He's worried about you. Well, okay, I guess the Zigzagoon can stay then.
As for whether you'd actually find a practical use for any of these solutions I offered in the video, well, there probably isn't any. I mean, let's face it, you'd have to be absolutely insane to do this to yourself. Unless maybe you do this to, like, a friend's game. You shouldn't do that, though. That's kind of mean. But anyway, that about does it for this video. If you've got a suggestion for getting yourself...
Imagine how fucked that would be. Imagine you let your... Let's say you let your friend borrow your Pokemon game, and he could just do the simple douchey thing of, like, starting a new game and saving to erase your game. You know, like, that's the normal level of douchey thing to do. But imagine instead he does a sophisticated process to trap you somewhere where you could technically get out if you wanted to waste enough time, but otherwise you just have to start a new game on your own. It's like instead of putting the gun to your head and pulling the trigger, he's giving you the gun and basically forcing you to pull the trigger yourself.
Trapped in any of the other generations, or even in a game that isn't Pokemon at all, feel free to send it my way. Who knows, maybe I'll end up making another
You like
one
the
of these.
ideas of
Maybe
HMs,
some
but
of
the
you
fact you have
even
to teach
figured
them
out
is a
way
pain.
to
Yeah, I
escape the
agree.
trap that I couldn't. Go ahead and let it be known down below. My name is Pikasprey.
Last time I
and
streamed
thanks
this
for
game, I was
watching.
bitching about how many slots my Gyarados was losing to HM
Hey
moves.
there, welcome to the end of the video. If you'd like to see the original softlock videos I did that led to this one, you can click the things that will appear on screen in just a moment. And if you're in the mood to see me do some more unnecessary and dumb things in Pokemon, you can check out my other channel where I've currently started a playthrough of Pokemon Crystal using only a party of 6 Smeargles. Guaranteed to be an even bigger waste of time than this video was. But that's it for now, see y'all next time.
Also, if you guys have suggestions for React Sloppa, feel free to let me know. As long as it's toss friendly. Obviously, I don't want people dropping slurs on my stream if I can avoid it. So why is this not, like, why is the playlist broken? What's going on here? There we go.
Hello internet users, and welcome back to another video where I provide useless answers to useless questions. Previously, I had made a video talking about some setups you could perform in Pokemon Red, Blue, and Yellow. Doing these would bring your save file to a doomed state where the game is pretty much impossible to finish, and you'd be
having to
start
teach
all
Surf
over
to
from
your
the
physical
beginning.
water type is
Surprisingly, a lot more
annoying.
people seem to be into the idea than I expected.
I guess
Since I put
technically,
it up,
once you get
I've
to the
gotten
end
a
of the
ton
game, you could
comments and
just get a
messages from
dedicated
you
HM
viewers
slave
informing me of other ways
and
to
just
trap
keep
yourself.
the 6th
However,
slot of
there
your
was one
party for that
suggestion
HM
in
slave.
particular that really got me thinking.
But
An absolutely
that basically means you're not allowed to have a
setup
full party.
that traps you near the end of the game with seemingly no way out. A plan that, until recently, I thought was completely flawless. But before I can show you how to escape it, first I'm going to show you how to get yourself into it. For this method, you need to meet the following requirements. Number 1. Have a fighting or poison type Pokemon that knows Rage. Preferably, get one that is not at a high level. In this case, I went with a Primate. As well, make sure that it is the only thing in your party, and that it does not have a second type that is weak to water. For example, Pokemon like Nidoking and Nidoqueen will not work for what we're about to do. On a related note, you can find the TM for Rage on Route 15, directly to the east of Fuchsia City. Number 2, use up all of the PP for all of its other moves.
No.
There is no
I'm using
move
up all my
deleter in
PP,
these
help.
games, so this was the next best thing I could think of. It doesn't matter what any
Why
of
do
the
all these
Pokemon's
strange
other moves are,
Pokemon
the
want
only
my PP?
important
What's going
factor
on
is
here?
that Rage needs to be the only thing that your Pokemon can use. Number 3, get rid of all your items. Toss all of your usable items, and then deposit all of your key items into the PC. We want to make sure that there are no potential life-saving tools available to us once we are trapped. Number 4, enter Lorelei's room and save the game. Congrats, we have now set everything up. While it may not seem like it, we have just put the game into a very terrifying state. How, you ask? Well, let's break it down. Once you enter this room, the only way to leave it is to either win or lose the battle against Lorelei. And because of the steps we've just taken...
Yeah, I mean, I'm on this, I'm on a playlist of Pokemon softlocks, but if we get tired of watching this, you know, we could always do something different. I just started here because this is what I've been listening to recently, because it's interesting to me. But if you guys want different React Sloppa, just let me know.
We're not able to do either anymore. You see, when you begin the fight against her, her first Pokemon is Dugong, which happens to know the move Rest. Now, there is an infamous flaw with the AI in the original games. It causes your opponents to always use a move that is of a type that is super effective against the one you are using, regardless of whether or not it inflicts damage. Rest is a psychic type move that causes
I
the
thought
user
about
to
making
sleep
a
for 2 turns,
channel
healing
point
their
redeem
HP
for it, but it
completely.
really isn't that
And
serious.
because your Pokemon is a fighting or poison type, Rest will be the only thing the Dugong will ever use. And naturally, the only move that we can use is Rage. In
Although I will
Generation
say, if you
1,
want to post a
Rage
link, make
functions
sure
a
you
little
let me know.
differently than how it does
Otherwise,
now.
Nightbot
Once
will
used,
eradicate
it will
you.
only consume a single PP
Or not
point, and then the
Nightbot,
Pokemon will
Streamlabs
proceed to
bot.
use it every turn afterward without further input from the player. While it is acting as a continuous attack for every turn afterward, it will not use up any more PP, and the only way for it to stop is for either the battle to end or for the user to faint. This puts you into a state where you are endlessly dealing a small amount of damage against an opponent that will always respond by fully healing itself. For my Primeape, even if it manages to land 3 critical hits in a row, it is still not strong enough to take Dugong down to even half of its health. And before you say, well, won't Dugong eventually run out of PP for Rest? I have another design flaw to point out in these games. In Generation 1, the AI's Pokemon, for some reason, do not actually use PP. This means that they can use their moves as many times as they want. Now, with all of this in mind, I'm sure you've realized how this makes the game seemingly impossible. The Dugong will do nothing.
Oh god,
but
the
heal
AI
itself
has infinite
infinitely,
PP. No!
because the only move we
I mean,
have
I already
left
knew
is
that, but
Rage.
still, it's funny
We
to
can't
say.
exhaust our own PP, which means we'll never be able to use Struggle, which means we'll never be able to lose the battle by taking recoil damage. The battle will go on forever, with the same few actions repeating over and over until you turn it off. This particular setup was stated by only one person in the comments. Of all the ideas sent to me, this was easily the most interesting one. This person has also made a short video compiling this and a few more of these potential infinite loops. Of course, I'll leave a link down to that in the description. So well done, Crystal. It seems the game is indeed now locked into an impossible state. We're stuck in a room with nothing to do except to enter into an unwinnable battle. There are no items to use, and because we saved in here, reloading won't do us any good either. We're so close to the end of the game, but because we exploited a few design oversights, we now have no way to continue on like the game intended. It seems like the only thing we can do now is start over with a new save file. Or maybe we could do something else. Like I said earlier, I have actually come up with a solution to this puzzle. Because of the way the AI is programmed, combined with its limitless PP, there is nothing we can do about Dugong.
Alright, I'll pause this for a second. When he says he's come up with a solution, I wouldn't really call it a solution, but you'll see. If you listen to the video, you'll see what I mean. Not quite what I would call a solution. More like a, well, let's see.
Healing itself. This means that the only way out of here is to lose the battle by taking recoil damage from Struggle. However, the only way for us to be able to use Struggle is to fully deplete all of our remaining PP. But like I mentioned before, if the move hits, it will only use up 1 PP and then continue on endlessly without further cost. The key
Did I ever see the Budokai speedrunning game?
I don't recall
Which one?
if it's the same across all generations, but for here, missing an attack will still
I've only
cause
played
PP to go
Budokai
down
1,
by 1.
Budokai
Some of
3,
you are
and then
probably thinking,
Tenkaichi 1 and
but Rage
Tenkaichi
has a
3.
100% accuracy rate, so it wouldn't be able to miss at all.
I wasn't
And
aware
that's a
people
fair
speedran
point.
Budokai.
However, yet again, I have to
Although
bring
I'm not
another
particularly
error
surprised,
within
people
the game's
speedrun everything.
programming to your attention. You see, the game checks accuracy like this. It generates a number ranging from 0 to 255. The generated number would then be compared with the accuracy of the used move to determine whether or not the move will hit. For instance, because the move Rage is supposed to have 100% accuracy, it will compare the generated number with the maximum value of 255. A move will only hit if the generated number is less than that of the maximum value set by the move's accuracy. However, the problem with the programming is that the game only checks if the generated number is less than the maximum value rather than being less than or equal to it. What this means is, if the generated number happens to be the maximum value of 255, then the game will register that as a miss, even though the move is supposed to have a 100% chance of hitting. Remembering the count 0 as a number, this means that all 100% accuracy moves have a 1 in 256 chance of missing. This means that their true accuracy is actually 99.6109%, with a 0.3891% chance.
Have any of you at home actually had that happen to you? Now keep in mind, the last time you probably played Red, Blue, and Yellow was likely literal decades ago. So I don't really expect anybody to remember, but has that actually happened to you? Like, have you gone into a fight with a 100% accuracy move without sand attack or double team or anything and it still misses?
It's all over, dude.
Ochi-sama, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in. I'm doing some Pokemon grinding and sloppa watching. I say sloppa affectionately, though, because I actually like what I'm watching, so. Hope you had a good stream. Were you streaming HeartGold?
Of missing.
Whatever it was, I'm
So now
sure
that
it was
we
a lot
know
of
that
fun.
Having an attack miss still depletes PP, and that it
He
is
posted it in
possible for
Discord.
Rage to miss the opponent, that means that it should be theoretically possible to use up all of the move's PP. From there,
Let's
you'd
have a
be
look.
forced to use Struggle against the regenerating Dugong until you faint. And this loss would, of course, bring you back to the last
The
Pokemon
Dragon Ball
Center you
speedrun
used,
that drives you
thus ending
insane.
the loop.
Oh, this looks
But
interesting.
what exactly are the odds of such a thing occurring? Well, for the sake of this example, let's keep using my Primate. I've used no PP ups to increase the maximum PP of Rage.
You're playing a
As
game
well,
called
when
Once
I entered
Human.
the room, all of my Primate's other moves had their PP depleted
Oh, whoops.
beforehand.
I forgot I'm
And
not
its
supposed to
range is
change
full
the
at
the
base
tab.
maximum PP of 20. So in order to escape this trap that has been set up, Rage is going to have to miss Dugong 20 times in a row. If it lands even once, then we'll just trigger an endless battle, and you'll have to reset.
Oh, hey,
and
I
try
remember
again.
this game.
Even if Rage
I
manages
remember
to
seeing
miss while
trailers
it's
for
in the
this game.
continuous
This is the
attack state,
open world,
the PP will not go down,
Lovecraft
and the move
game,
will
isn't
just
it?
resume the next turn. Since Rage has
I
a
remember seeing trailers for this game, but I
0.389%
never
chance of
actually
missing
played it.
when used just once, the percent chance of this happening
Trailers
20
look cool,
times
at least.
consecutively looks like this. Or we could just say that this is approximately a 1 in 60.
Oh yeah, I definitely remember that.
And just a reminder, this is with Rage having only 20 PP. If you were to increase the maximum PP of Rage beforehand, this would
Yeah,
only
increase
make
your
the chances
maximum
even more
PP.
insane. To give you all an example of how ridiculous this is, let's compare it with another occurrence that is often seen in the Pokemon games. Shiny Pokemon. In Generation 3, the chances of encountering a shiny Pokemon were 1 in 8,192, a significant difference from Rage's 1 in 256 chance.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
Obviously, if either of these things were to occur, the chances of them happening consecutively become dramatically lower each time.
If you have to raid and run, do your self-care and such, I totally understand. If not, feel free to chill out. We're trying to get ready for the Johto League. This game doesn't give you enough EXP for 6 Pokemon, so we're trying to play a little bit of catch-up. I think the bare minimum level we're allowed to be is 40, so I'm trying to get at least everybody to level 40, and then we'll see what happens.
Has an E-notation value of -49, while the closest number to this in the other column is -47.
You haven't seen a stream of me for forever?
Now, for the
Yeah, well,
that still
I kind of did
no idea what the heck I just said.
I kind of did a little bit of a dick move by rebranding, and I don't think I did a good job of like broadcasting when that happened, so I think a lot of people just assume I died or disappeared because I changed my name and got a new model. But it is also good to see you again. Always nice to see a returning face. Imagine how our mutual friend will fare against the Kanto Elite Four. I don't know. I think he has enough hand-holding to make it, honestly.
I'll sum it up simply. Assuming the math and my understanding are correct up to this point, you are more likely to encounter 12 shiny Pokemon in a row than to have Rage miss 20 times in a row in Gen 1. And there you have it. Proof that the soft lock in Lorelai's room is technically possible to escape from. I mean, no one is ever going to be able to do it, and you're still much better off starting the game over from the beginning, but the point is, I proved someone wrong on the internet. And at the end of the day, isn't that all that matters? So sorry.
So yeah, if you were listening, basically his solution to the soft lock is get lucky. You have to make Rage miss 20 times in a row with using the 1 in 256 glitch in Gen 1. And if it even hits once, you get locked into an infinite battle of using Rage over and over again against Dugong while he rests. You're glad to see me too. No, help, you're gonna make me blush. Yeah, I always love it when I see old viewers come back. Makes me quite happy, actually. I played Gold. I had Gold back in the day when it was new, but a little bit of Rinny history. If you watched the earlier HeartGold streams, and you already heard the story, but I bought HeartGold whenever I was getting out of Pokemon, so I didn't get very far in it. So I've played the Gen 2 games, but I've never played the remake, so this is actually my first time playing through the remake. So it's nice to see all the little new stuff they added to it. And also, it's nice to re-experience Gen 2, because I haven't played Gold in, like, over a decade.
Sorry, Crystal. It looks like this little
we're gonna come back to it eventually, though.
Isn't so impossible.
I don't know if I'll play the OG version on stream, but I definitely want to play it at some point.
Did you know, I had nothing better to do today than to earn the award for finding the most useless piece of Pokemon trivia. And that's all for now, folks. Thanks for watching. Be sure to tell me down below how pointless the video was.
You only found out who I was because of the way I typed in Tevin's chat. Yeah, I'm the only person who spams capitals with spaces in between them.
This video. This was supposed to actually come out a long while back, but unfortunately, as it turns out, kids, real life is busy as hell. Anyways, just want to give a quick thank you to my friend Trevor for helping me go over all of the math.
Oh yeah, I also heard really good things about Black and White. I saw a friend of mine, a streamer friend of mine, playing Black and White. Now, I've seen stills of the game before, but I've never actually seen it in motion. And I didn't realize how cool the sprite work was in Black and White. Like, they basically did the, they took the sprite medium to its, like, logical conclusion in Black and White. It looks so fucking good. I want to play it sometime. It's definitely plotted to be a stream game at some point. Probably in the far-flung future. If I'm gonna play gold, just play crystal. Yeah, I never owned crystal as a small Rinny, so crystal would be interesting. That would be a new experience. Why does it always do this? Why does it always do this weird, like, loading loop every time I start a new video? There we go.
Hello, Internet users, and welcome back to Hidden Content, the show where we look at things in games that require odd and elaborate methods to reach. This time, we're going to be taking a look at something.
You found out who I was based on the emotes in the colorful language before I became a wholesome streamer. Yeah, I was on my Yandere arc.
By going really out of your way. Today, we're going to be discussing some.
Can't help it. I get a little Yandere sometimes.
Pokemon games that most people never would have thought to try. And how the sequels attempted.
You're just lucky I don't have my knife anymore.
Over the years, there have been many.
Otherwise, bad things might happen. They had to take it away from me. It's locked up in the castle vault. No more knives for me. True to its name, it was impossible. Oh, you have plenty. Yeah, it'll be quite a while. Quite a ways away from now, I think. So, should be plenty of time.
For the DS, you had to play through a total of 100 stages. But somehow, testers failed to notice that the boss on level 30 couldn't even spawn, sealing off more than half of the entire game. And on the 3DO game, The Horde, the game would, without even asking you,
let's see, who should we train next? Training Cloud here is going to be a pain in the ass because they're all ground types. Let's do Gengar.
That is still unfortunately
get Gengar rolling.
Issues like this can understandably be pretty infuriating when encountered. After all, it wasn't our fault. We weren't the ones who.
Am I finishing up the playlist first? I don't have to.
What happens when we turn that idea around?
I can do your video after this one if you want.
Everything go horrifyingly wrong. I'm talking about using the game's own mechanics to put yourself in a situation so crazy that you can't blame anyone but yourself for allowing it to happen. And that's just what we're going to do for the
Be like you and use stale bread instead.
We're going to put ourselves into a state where the game is impossible to finish.
Hey, stale bread is like hard as a brick, so I'm sure if you throw it at somebody, you hit the soft spot of their head, they'll still go down.
Yourself out of these by connecting with another game, hence the almost that's written in the title.
And then they'll have to deal with the humiliation of being killed by bread.
So they will anyway.
Imagine telling the Grim Reaper that. Yeah, I was killed by a loaf of bread. Quite humiliating.
We're doing this with just the game and the game alone. No trading with another Game Boy, or transferring prize Pokemon from Pokemon Stadium. It should also go without saying that using something like a Game Shark would make it simple to undo any kind of craziness that happens. Another thing to keep in mind is that I'm not going to bother with things such as the walk through walls glitch, where you can trap yourself forever by saving in certain places. I am well aware that these games are incredibly broken, but the purpose of this video isn't to show off a bunch of those glitches. Alright, now let's begin with a new game. There are 3 different situations that we're going to set up here.
Yeah, we're a baguette. You can wield the baguette like a baseball bat.
It can only be done on red and blue. I'll get into why it doesn't work on yellow version a little later. As most veteran fans know, it is a requirement to enter the Safari Zone in order to obtain HM3, Surf, and the Warden's Teeth key item, which is later exchanged for HM4, Strength. Both of these items are absolutely necessary in order to progress further into the game. So therefore, if we make it impossible for us to even go into the Safari Zone, then the rest of the game is locked off to us. But the question now is, how do we do that?
I think we also have some rare candies.
In order to enter, an entry fee must first be paid at the front gate. Game Freak may not have realized it, but by requiring us to pay money to reach some important key items, we have 3 rare candies. Design flaw within the game. Well, not to say that this is the only one. This is Generation 1 we're talking about here. What we're going to do
also, do you want me to make the picture-in-picture of the React Sloppa? Should I make it a little transparent, or do you guys want it opaque?
First, you must defeat every possible trainer.
It's technically blocking a little bit of gameplay, but I don't know how much it matters.
And since the games of the first generation do not allow you to rebattle the trainers you defeat, winning against all of the ones that are available up to this point in the game cuts off one method for us to get more money. The only exception to this rule is the Elite Four, who can be rebattled infinitely. However, they're at the end of the game and are the last trainers you need to face in order to finish it. So you're obviously not going to be able to reach them, meaning we don't have to worry about them at all. Number 2. Find and throw away every possible item. Another way to make money in these games is to sell useless items that you don't need. One thing that we often forget, though, is that these scattered items are not infinite. So if you manage to pick all of them up, including the invisible ones that the item finder is meant to help you
Seems
locate,
fine.
and then toss all
Alright,
of
we'll
them,
keep it as
you
is
will
then.
have removed yet another potential way for
You
to
guys are
refill
missing
your
out on a
wallet
little
later
tiny
on.
slice of
Number
gameplay.
3. Pick up all
Just
of the
thought you
free
should
coins
know.
at the game corner and
But it's
waste
not a
them.
huge deal.
At the Celadon Game Corner, it is possible to exchange coins for prizes in the form of Pokemon and TMs. In order to earn coins, you can either continue to buy more until you have enough for what prize you want, or you can play the slots until you earn enough. And in order to play the slots, you need to put coins into the machine. It would be possible to sell the TMs you can get here for money, so we need to make it so that we can no longer play the slots at all. Since our end goal is to end up without enough money to enter the Safari Zone, we don't have to worry about the fact that coins can be bought, since we won't be able to afford them at that point anyway. However, by talking to some of the patrons here, we can bum some free coins off of them just once. As well, there are some hidden coins on the floor. We need to collect all of these, and then waste all of them, to ensure that we cannot possibly get lucky and win enough coins to potentially exchange for a TM that we could sell. It's not exactly a guaranteed way for us to get money later on, but it's still a possibility that needs to be removed all the same.
God, Gengar, why are you so
Number 4,
fragile?
don't have a Meowth. Often forgotten about, something unique about the
This
Pokemon
random
Meowth and
non-stab
its
type dark
evolution
moves
is
taking
the
out
fact
half
that
of your
they had
health.
a
What's going on
signature
here?
move called Payday. For those that don't know, using this move adds a small amount of money to what you will earn at the end of the battle. This even includes wild encounters, where you normally cannot get money at all. Something to also be aware of is that in the first games, Payday was also actually a TM that could be taught to a handful of Pokemon. This TM is the only way to teach the move to any Pokemon other than Meowth or Persian, as they are the only ones that can learn it via leveling up. But we don't need to worry about that, as the TM actually requires us to have Surf to reach, and even if we could get to it, we just throw it away like we did with every other item. You're probably thinking right now, though, well, what's to stop me from catching a Meowth later on then? And that brings us to the next step. Get rid of all your money. Now that we've completed all of the above, we now have no way to acquire any more cash. All we need to do now is get rid of the money we have on us. This is very simple to do. Just go into any shop in the game, buy a bunch of items, and immediately sell them back for less than what you paid. Repeat this over and over, and you'll be completely broke in no time. At this point, it's now impossible for us to buy any more Pokeballs, meaning that we couldn't go and catch a Meowth now even if we wanted to. Let's congratulate ourselves. We've just ruined an entire save game of Pokemon.
Congratulations, you ruined everything.
We can't sell any more items, and we can't go catch the one Pokemon that could help get us out of it. An important item that we need is trapped within an area that we cannot enter without paying a fee.
Has anyone ever actually been so broke in Pokemon Red that they needed to grind money using Payday with Meowth? I don't know, like, I never got to that point. I was never that down bad. You gotta imagine Red just shuffling around the streets of Celadon City, holes in his shoes, no badges on his vest. Just a really, really bad situation to be in. I think if you get to that point, you should probably just go home, go back home and talk to Mom, and give up being a Pokemon trainer.
You're completely stuck. If that isn't something to celebrate, then I don't know what is. The only possible way to undo this madness, like I mentioned before, is through connecting and trading with another game. In this case, sending a Pokemon that knows Payday to your game is the only hope. And if you're wondering, this setup does not work on the Game Boy Advance remakes.
Poor
Items such as the Versus
homeless
Seeker were
Pokemon
added so
trainer
that you
boy.
can rebattle
Not a penny to
previously
his
defeated
name.
trainers.
And
Thus,
hello,
you
So-So,
will
how are you
never be
doing?
without a way to earn money in those games. I also mentioned earlier that this method does not work in Yellow version. It seems that Game Freak was actually aware that the player could get stuck like this. So in Yellow, if you don't have any money when you try and enter the Safari Zone, but continue to try and enter, the man at the entrance will take pity on you and allow you to enter anyway. However, if you get in this way, you will only be given a single...
Oh, I'm pretty good. We're just doing a little bit of Pokemon grinding. We need to get... I don't really know what the target level is. I think the weakest Elite Four Pokemon is level 40, so I'm trying to get everybody to level 40 at least, and then we can see what happens. But yeah, we're just doing some grinding, and to make the grinding a little less monotonous, I have some React Sloppa playing. I call it Sloppa, but I find it interesting at least. Right now I'm listening to videos on how to break Pokemon and make it unplayable.
Safari Ball. It seems obvious to me that this was added as a workaround, so that if the player was somehow terrible enough to end up in this situation, they still always had the possibility to get
You're
surfed.
so bad at the game, you're broke.
It blows my mind to see this. After all these years,
You're
I thought
bankrupt.
I knew these games inside out by now. Yet I never knew about
Local
this being
Pokemon trainer
yellow
boy
until I
files
started
for
making this
bankruptcy.
video.
Baffles mother.
As they say, you learn something new every day. Alright, it's time to move on to the next impossible situation. Luckily, by doing the one for the Safari Zone, we've pretty much already set this one up. It requires all of the same steps, but this time, the place we're getting locked
You're
out
not
of
saying
is
anything.
Saffron
You're just
City.
prepping your
You
ears
see,
for the bangers
in
to
order
come.
get into the city, we need to buy a drink from a vending machine, and then give it
Yeah,
to
this
one of the
game
four
has some pretty
guards.
sick remixes.
Afterward, we'll be allowed to come and go as we please. As for why they won't let you through in the first place,
Yeah, we want to
I
reorder
still
the
have
moves.
No idea
I want
on
to put
that
Shadow
one.
Ball first.
The problem once again arises with the fact that we have to spend money in order to obtain a drink. So just like with the Safari Zone, we can't progress if we happen to be dirt poor. And since we can't get in, it's not possible to obtain all of the badges.
Eventually,
meaning
we're
we
gonna
can no
swap
longer
out
beat
Sucker
the
Punch
game.
or something, too.
Despite the change in Yellow version to the Safari
Probably
Zone,
don't need
it
Sucker
seems
Punch.
that they didn't alter anything here. So this impossible situation can be done on all three games. In the remakes, the drinks that you need to give the guards was changed to tea, that you receive from an old woman in Celadon. It counts as a key item and cannot be bought or sold, removing the requirement of spending money to get into Saffron. Clearly they didn't want to take any chances here. Even though they added the Versus Seeker, they wanted to make sure that there was no way for you to be stuck. When I first played the remakes, I always wondered why this was changed, as it didn't make much of a difference to me. It's kind of neat to finally see the reasoning
Alright, listen, you
behind
little
it.
shits.
And now
We're
we
tired
come
of
to
you
the
getting
last
soft
situation
locked.
we're going to
We're gonna
trap
make it a key
ourselves
item
in. Pay
instead.
close attention, folks, because we're going to learn how to strand ourselves on Cinnabar Island. First, we're going to need to start a new game. In order to be stuck on Cinnabar, we're going to have to be able to reach it, which requires us to have surf. And if you recall from a few moments ago, we can't really get that anymore. So obviously, we're going to have to play through the game again, all the way up until we have surf. Once we have that, reach Cinnabar, and the fun can begin. The first step is defeat every trainer on the island. Same idea as before, we want to make sure that we cannot later battle anyone to get any money. Number 2 is to once again pick up and toss all of the items on the island. Number 3, release all but one of your Pokemon. Make sure that the Pokemon that you are
You
left
keep
with
missing,
is
dude.
unable to
Stop
learn
missing.
Fly or Surf, ensuring that you have no escape option. It wouldn't be until Generation 3 that the games would start preventing you from releasing all of your HM users. What we are trying to do on Cinnabar right now is often thought to be the exact reason that such a feature was implemented. Number 4. Heal at Cinnabar's Pokemon Center. When you run out of Pokemon in battle, you will be brought back to the last Pokemon Center that you used. By healing at the one on Cinnabar, we've ensured that we cannot get away by letting our last Pokemon get knocked out by the wild ones in the Pokemon Mansion. This also affects the
Thunder
moves
so much.
Dig and Teleport, which would also bring you back to your most recently visited center.
That's one of the few
Number
features I
5.
wish they carried
Do
over.
not pick up the
Or
fishing
that's one of
rods.
the
Over
few
the course of
features
the
I
game,
wish they
there are 3
implemented
fishing
sooner,
rods that you
rather,
can get while on
is
your journey.
all TMs
All
are
of them
infinitely
completely
reusable.
optional, and you should make sure that you don't get any of them. Key items
You only
cannot
get
be
one
thrown
fucking
away,
Thunderbolt
so
TM
once
in
you
the
have
entire
them, there
game.
is no way to
Unless
be
you
rid of them
cheat
for
and get
good.
more.
The reason why we don't want to have them is simple. Cinnabar Island is, of course, surrounded by water. If we're able to fish, it would be a snap to find another Pokemon that is able to learn Surf. From what I could find, none of the wild Pokemon in the mansion are able to learn Surf, so fishing is the only way to catch one. However, if we do like we did before and get rid of all of our money, then we wouldn't be able to afford Pokeballs to catch anything anyway. So technically speaking, I guess you could go with one of 2 options for this step. Number 6. Make sure to release the fossil Pokemon. While playing through the game normally, one item that you end up receiving is one of 2 fossils in Mount Moon. It is on Cinnabar that we have access to a facility that can restore this fossil into a Pokemon. The 2 fossil Pokemon you can get are Kabuto and Ammonite, both of which are able to learn Surf. Like I said before, you can't toss key items, so the only option you have is to revive the fossil and then release the Pokemon right away. And there you have it. After a series of incredibly poor decisions, we've doomed ourselves to a life stranded on an island that, if you'll recall, gets destroyed by a volcanic eruption by the time Gold and Silver rolls around. I just put a child in harm's way for the sake of a YouTube video, and I am okay with that. Now that your game is set up like this, try giving it to your friends and watch them struggle to figure a way out of it. Alternatively,
Red is so prideful. He, like I said, either he's mute or he's so prideful in his ability to train Pokemon and solve problems that you could literally trap him on an island with an active volcano and he still won't ask for a ride. He won't ask anybody to help him go home. Or ask anybody for 200 Poké-Dollars to buy a Pokeball. So he can catch a Pokemon to surf home. You're doing chores and watching the Hellraiser movies? Oh, I haven't seen the Hellraiser movies in forever. Do you like them? Are they good? I heard a new Resident Evil movie came out recently, and apparently it's really bad. Which is sad, but it also tracks. Basically, every Resident Evil movie is bad.
You could also borrow your friend's game and do this
Aside
to
from
them,
the ones that are
but don't
directly
actually
based
do that
off the
because
games.
That's kind of mean. Once again, though, I have to mention that the only hope of getting out of this comes from connecting with another game. You can either have someone trade you a Pokemon that knows Surf, or you can get one of the prize Pokemon from Pokemon Stadium that is able to learn the move sent to you. It's really strange to see
You
what
like
you can
them,
do
they're
in
good in
some
their
games.
ways.
Of course, being forced to restart a game
Yeah,
because of
Pinhead's a pretty
design
cool
flaw
villain.
is something that should never be fun. But in a case like this, where even the worst player in the world likely wouldn't end up in this scenario, it's more of an enjoyable novelty than anything else. And while I did say that they fixed some of these issues in future games, people have still found more ways to trap themselves in the later generations as well. It just goes to show, even if it wasn't an intended reward from the developer, there are still many hidden treasures to be found across many different titles. Tell me your thoughts down below. Also be sure to tell me about any info I might have missed for any one of these methods. Of
Stop
course,
missing,
annotations are
goddamn,
gone
dude.
now, which means I can't add any corrections on screen, so I'll just look like an idiot forever. Thank you all for watching, and see you all next time.
You would like a smooch to commemorate Gengar not missing with Thunder? Well, that's about as good as a reason of any to smooch someone, to be honest. Because Gengar has really been disappointing me lately. Imagine getting knocked out by a random Golbat. What the hell's going on with you, Gengar? What's wrong? We can talk, you know. We can talk if there's something on your mind. Mwah. Enjoy your smooch. And here's to no more missing Thunders. Alright, let's see. Let's watch the Caterpie one. We'll listen to the Caterpie one, then we'll check out the Dragon Ball Z speedrun. This one's fucking funny. This one's downright fiendish. If I can get the video to play. There we go.
Hello internet users, and welcome back to another instructional video on how to not play Pokemon. When it comes to soft locking the Pokemon games, I'd say that the one generation I've gotten the least
Stop missing, my
requests for
dude.
has been the second one.
Thunder does
That's
not
really
have
too
this bad of
surprising.
accuracy.
Because of the focus on its real-time clock system, there are numerous daily items and events that can be accessed. Thus, the player
I get we're
almost
using it
always has a
indoors,
way
but
to
that's no
obtain more
excuse.
money in Pokemon, even if they got rid of everything intentionally. Of course, there have been soft locks discovered over the years. With similar setups to what I've covered before in Gen 1 and 3, you can strand yourself on some of the islands, unable to fly or swim to safety. However, for this video, I wanted to do something a bit more elaborate. By using the game's own clock mechanics against it, I wanted to see if I could craft a soft lock with an escape so obvious, but also so obnoxious that nobody would ever try to seriously escape it. With that in mind, we're going to need the help of a weak little Pokemon. In this case, we'll be trapping ourselves with Caterpie. Now, in order for this lock to work the way I intend, it will need to be done on a Japanese Gen 2 cartridge. What you're about to see me do can still be done on the international versions, but as you'll see a bit later in this video, the Japanese versions specifically have a few quirks that will allow this setup to be even more infuriating. Of the three games, I'm going to be playing Pokemon Crystal. However, at times I will be using footage from the English version so that it's easier to follow along with what happens in this video. Without wasting any time, here is how to set up the save file. First, you just need to play the game normally up to a certain point, keeping in mind 3 very important details. Be absolutely certain that you never let your mother save money for you. If we're going to be
fuck
throwing
you,
away
Mom.
all of our
No money for you.
later on, we obviously don't want her to have anything.
That'll teach you
give
to
us
buy
later
stuff with my
after
money.
that happens. As long as she isn't given anything,
More money
she'll
for
also
me.
not be able to buy and send the player any additional items through the PC storage system. So remember, kids, for this to work, you need to make sure that not even your mother can
You're on your
save
own,
you
Mom.
on. The second detail to remember is to avoid entering the Ecruteak City Pokemon Center. Doing so will trigger the event with Bill. This will come into play later on, so for now, just avoid entering this building. And finally, make sure you don't pick up any of the fishing rods. They're all completely optional, and once they're picked up, you can never remove them from your inventory in this game. For this setup to work, it is very important that none of these are obtained at any point in your playthrough. Other than that, play the game like you normally would until you defeat Lance. That's right, this time we're actually going to need to be the champion in order for this to work. Despite that though, I promise you, we're still going to be putting this save file in a pretty pathetic state. The reason Lance needs to be defeated is because of this old man here at the Pokemon League. Ordinarily, when you speak to him, he will allow the player to teleport all the way back to New Barktown. The reason for this is because the Pokemon League is located in Kanto, and while the player is on the Kanto map, they are unable to use Fly to return to any location in Johto. In addition to being a quick way to get back to Johto, this man is also a
Dream
measure
Eater.
to prevent the
You
player
don't have
from
hypnosis
getting
anymore,
stuck.
so no
However,
reason.
once the player has beaten Lance, this man will simply disappear. This is because that right after becoming the champion, Professor Elm will give you a ticket for the ferry that travels to Vermilion City. The game expects the player to start exploring Kanto, unlocking the ability to freely fly around to each town they visit.
What'd I do?
Because of this, the devs
I didn't even
must
do
have
anything.
assumed that there was no longer any need for this man's
I'm just training my
teleporting
Pokemon over
service.
here, man.
Little
Why are you
did they
bonking me?
realize, though,
What did I
that this
do?
opens up a huge opportunity for the player to trap
How are you doing,
themselves.
Pancake Mix?
Now, with all of those things in mind, we're
Get
ready to
bonked.
begin the
I
true
just did.
setup to this lock. This begins as soon as you load up your game
Fox
after
boy
defeating
cruelty, how
Lance
dare
for the
you.
first time. Number 1, catch a Caterpie. Heading over the Cherry Grove, you can find low-level Pokemon to the north. It is here that we will obtain the Pokemon we will be spending quite a bit of time with in the future. As a quick side note, Silver version does not have Caterpie in this location.
You're a Fox
And if
boy
you're
bigot.
playing that
How dare you.
version, you'd have to
I
get
should
one
strike
by
you down
entering
for
the
that.
bug catching contest at National Park. Although we don't need Caterpie specifically, the reason I've chosen it is because it is unable
Today we're
to
training
learn any
Pokemon
moves.
and watching
Quite
React
literally,
Sloppa.
Caterpie can only ever know the moves Tackle and String Shot.
And also getting
TMs,
sticky notes
no
put on me.
HMs, no level up moves, not even the possibility of egg moves. Because it has access to next to nothing, this makes Caterpie a perfect Pokemon to use for an obnoxious softlock. Number 2, go back to the Pokemon League. With Caterpie in hand, the next thing we're going to do is immediately
Alright, let's get a
return
sticky
to
note.
Pokemon League.
Let's get a sticky
This
note
means that we'll be
right
completely
meow.
ignoring Professor Elm, who at this point is waiting to give us a ticket for the SS Aqua. It should go without saying, but when heading back to the League, it is important to use the same path you took the first time. If you enter from Viridian City, then this lock will no longer be possible to set up. You see, at the gate where the player's badges are checked, there are 2 NPCs blocking off 2 entrances.
Sticky note
The one on
acquired.
the left guards Mount Silver and will not disappear until you've collected all 8 of the Kanto badges. The one on the right blocks the road leading to Viridian City. The event trigger to
You're
get him to
annoyed that,
disappear
Ludwig
permanently is
lost
to
his
enter this
appeal?
building from Viridian City. Most people might assume that he'd go away when you become the
Oh,
champion, but
was,
he remains here so that the player has no
Did
choice but to
YouTube
enter
flag his
Kanto
channel
via
as
the
like AI
SS Aqua.
Sloppa? Because he
Number
posted too many
3,
shorts?
Pick up every item available. For the next step,
I
you
think
can
I
probably
heard
see where
Dingus
this
say
is
something
going.
about that.
This trap is going to involve being stranded within a long stretch of areas. The starting point for this cage
I remember
is when
somebody
you
said
cross
something
the
about it.
water after leaving Tojo Falls. The end point is, of course, the Pokemon League itself.
I guess they disabled his
So now in
monetization or
preparation for what's
something.
next, we'll need to pick up every single possible item between these 2 points.
Okay,
this
gotcha.
includes all of Route 26, Route 27, and Victory Road. There are also a few hidden items, so make sure you get those as well.
I'm sort of
Number
iffy
4,
on AI
release
gen
all of your
content,
other
but
Pokemon. Now that
he
we're
seems
back
like
at
he
the
puts more
Pokemon
effort
League,
into
the
it
next
than your
step is to
average
release
AI
all of your
Sloppa channel,
Pokemon
so I don't know.
except Caterpie. In the first 2 generations, there are no restrictions on what Pokemon can be
I am
released.
positive that
So it's easy
YouTube
to
lets
get rid
worst
of all
channels
your
be
Pokemon that know
monetized,
or are
so that's
able
why it's
know
weird to me.
HM moves. Number 5, get rid of all your items and money. You should all know how this goes by now. Spend everything you have and then
YouTube
throw
is
your
famous
entire
for
inventory
monetizing
away.
terrible people.
Now we'll be unable to buy Pokeballs and have nothing to sell either. And now for the final step. Heal and save at the Pokemon League. Once this is done, you will have succeeded in putting your save file in a very horrific state. Let's take a closer look at this and really examine how dire the situation is. Right now, our only Pokemon is a level 3 Caterpie. If we were to advance forward into the Elite Four, Caterpie would not be able to make it past Will's first Pokemon, let alone his entire team. Upon losing, the player will return to the Pokemon Center that was last used, which is of course the Pokemon League.
Yeah, there are literally just channels
backwards,
that
we'll
make
have
their
to go through
entire
Victory
content
Road
based
again.
around,
You
like,
might assume that this is
stealing
impossible
clips
as
from
well,
Joe
due to
Rogan
the
or other
level of the wild
podcasts.
Pokemon here. Every encounter would no doubt
And somehow
prevent the
they're
player from running
monetized.
away and would
I mean,
result in
technically Joe
Caterpie
Rogan
being
is an
knocked out.
AI, but, like,
However,
that's
an
not
easy
your content,
solution to
bro.
this
You're
is
just
to
stealing
simply
clips from a
save the game
podcast.
every time you take a step. Whenever you get an encounter, simply reset the game and continue the process. Although it may be tedious, this method guarantees that the player can always get through Victory Road regardless of what Pokemon they have with them. It's also worth noting that in Gen 2, there are no HM moves required for this area. So now that we're back at Route 26, we can continue the travel backwards.
Alright,
until we
Gengar's
reach
at
the
level 40,
water's
let's
edge
go.
At Route 27. This is as far as we can go.
Slowly but
since
surely
Caterpie
making
cannot
progress.
learn Surf. At this point, all of the trainers on Route 26 and 27
Yeah,
will be
training
defeated.
Newt
However,
and
there is
Cloud
still
is gonna
way
be a
to
bitch.
battle some of them. A mechanic
Dude,
introduced in Gen 2 is the
Gyarados
ability to
next.
exchange phone numbers with certain trainers. Occasionally, these trainers will call the player, sometimes asking for a rematch.
Oh god,
This, however, won't make a difference in our current situation. Within the few areas that we're stuck in,
I got fucking jump scared. Isn't this sad? I got jump scared by the Gyarados sprite. Look at this. Look at this vicious motherfucker. He's just following me without a care in the world. I don't know why, like, it just jump scared me for some reason. I'm like, wait, what? What is that? It's like, oh, it's my Gyarados, right? The follow mechanic in this game. The follow mechanic is super cool. And every single Pokemon that's in the National Dex has a follow sprite, which is super impressive.
there are a couple of trainers that can be rebattled. Unfortunately,
big
they are
shrimp.
simply too strong for Caterpie to do anything but lose. As well, a feature that is exclusive to Pokemon Crystal is that a select few of these trainers will randomly call and give the player special items.
Oh, hell yeah. IRL Gyarados would be fucking terrifying. He's like as big as a, like, you know, one of those mobile homes? Trailer homes? He's like as big as one of those. Have you guys seen the size comparison for Wailord? Wailord is like literally as big as like a house. None of the games do a good job of showing the proper size of Wailord, aside from the Gen 3 Pokedex. But Wailord is fucking massive.
However, once again, the trainers we have access to are not among the group that can give these items. For Crystal version, there technically is an item-giving trainer on Route 27, but he is out of reach, requiring Surf to get to where he is. And if you thought you could try leveling up Caterpie from Wild Encounters, I'm afraid that isn't going
Didn't that
to
one
work
bad
either.
guy want to
For both
suplex
routes in
Wailord?
Victory
Did he?
Road, there is not a single
Which bad guy?
possible Wild Encounter that our low-level Caterpie is capable of winning. This is exactly why we didn't pick up any of the fishing rods earlier in the game.
He wanted to
If we had an
suplex
old rod,
Kyogre.
it would have been possible to gain experience by defeating low-level Magikarp, but we didn't get it, and now it's impossible to go back for it. Now next I want to talk about trading. In the first two generations, it technically is possible to still trade with another game, even when you only have one Pokemon. However, I usually don't focus on that too much. The main reason I do these videos is to examine how a game can be made
I don't even know if you
unplayable by
can suplex
exploiting its
Kyogre.
intended
He's kind of like a
mechanics.
giant,
In
like,
my
flying
opinion,
fish.
If you've reached a point where you need additional hardware,
Well, not flying, but you know what I
software,
mean.
and
He kinda
add-ons
looks like
just to
a
put your save
weird
file in
bird
playable
fish
state,
creature.
You've more than proven that there is a fatal
Bird
flaw
fish
within
whale
the game's
creature.
design. However, for this particular video, I've set things up so that attempting to trade will also be as inconvenient as possible for the player. As you'll recall, this has been set set up on a Japanese version of Pokemon Crystal. When it comes to the first 2 generations, the Japanese versions are only able to perform a successful trade with other Japanese versions. Let's say, for example, you tried to connect a North American Pokemon Gold to this Crystal cartridge. Although the games technically could initiate a trade sequence, the data on the cartridges are too different. If these 2 games were to go through with a trade, both would freak out, having no idea what kind of Pokemon data has been sent to them. This will result in the corruption of the save file of both games in this situation. You might be wondering, if that's the case, then why is a trade even allowed?
Imagine you knew somebody as like a little Billy or a little Lisa who imported a Japanese copy of Gold, and you want to trade a Pokemon with them because you want the novelty of having a Japanese Pokemon on your cart, and then you get your entire save file corrupted because of a bug. I mean, people did import games back then. It was rare, but it happened. You just had to be a turbo nerd. You had to be a turbo nerd, and you had to know the right people.
To occur between a Japanese and non-Japanese game. Well, at the time of Gen 2's release, the chances of this kind of trade occurring between casual players were incredibly slim. Whether the localization team was aware of this potential game corruption or not, it certainly didn't seem worth the time or effort to put in some kind of measure to disallow trading with Japanese cartridges. However, I should mention that in the case of the 3DS Virtual Console versions, the games actually do now prevent trading between Japanese and non-Japanese games. This is due to the fact that the VC releases make use of the 3DS's wireless functions to connect the games together. In the process of this change, it made perfect sense to stop a well-known game-corrupting issue with the original trade feature. It may have taken almost 17
years. You could find all kinds of
address,
Pokemon cards, different languages in Chicago.
But anyway, the point of all this is that in the save file we've set up, an escape
the hobby shop I went to as a little Rennie sold Japanese cards. Both English and Japanese. Now, I thought the Japanese gym leader cards were cool because every booster was guaranteed with a holo. I still have my Japanese Lieutenant Surge's Magneton somewhere. That's super cool art. I like it. I like the old Pokemon card art. Looks nice.
With this, we have severely limited what our game can even connect to. So let's say that once you've set up this softlock, you handed the
I think I also have a Team Rocket Slowbro somewhere, which also looks cool. It's like an evil Slowbro.
They were to do this by using something other than
they took the goofiest Pokemon and managed to make him evil somehow.
Game Boy, a link cable, a Japanese Gen 2 cartridge, which in the current year will likely require a replaced save battery to work. And if they were to try and use Pokemon Stadium 2 instead, they would need a Japanese copy of the game, an N64 transfer pack, either a Japanese N64 or a modded N64 that can play Japanese cards. Remember, the goal here was to make trading as inconvenient as possible, and I think most would agree the majority of fans aren't going to have these things just laying around. If at that point you for some reason wanted to spend some money on these things, it would be much
evil
cheaper
slow,
to just
bro.
buy a
Sounds like
cheating
Jade
device
trying to
get
be a
yourself
detractor.
out of
That's
this.
not very nice.
So for the people that demanded I take trading into account for the older generations, I've made it inconvenient.
If I ever
enough to
start
the point
using
where
Slowbro,
cheating
I
is
should name him
infinitely
Jade.
Easier and more affordable. By the way,
A little
fun
bit
fact,
of
sometime after
extra Rinny lore. I'm pretty sure I already gave this snippet out during one of the previous streams, but back whenever I played Emerald, you know, before I was like an internet person, before I knew anything about the sector and the guy, I named my Gardevoir Jade. Spelled the same way too, Jade with a Y. Just because, you know, Jades are green, and I'm a super creative fox boy. Yes, I know it's embarrassing.
Recorded footage of myself walking through walls. When I booted up
yes,
English
the
save
ultimate
file,
degenerate
my
Pokemon. How dare
character
you,
had suddenly
Pancake Mix.
changed into
It was a
girl,
male Gardevoir,
while
too.
still having the color palette of a boy. This won't go away no matter what I do, and I have no idea why this occurred, as I've messed with this exact cheat plenty of times in the past with no issues. I know that there is a well-known glitch that lets you do this intentionally.
Also,
but
apparently
I swear I didn't do
Pikasprey
anything
transed
close to
himself
that.
by entering too many cheat
I'm only
codes.
just guessing that my brief instance of walking through walls
Many
was what
such
triggered
cases.
this, because I really have no other way to make sense here. So anyway, for the rest of this video, some of the English footage will now feature my changed character instead. I didn't want to replay the entire game again. Just
What am I
keep the
trying to
last few
say?
pieces of footage
I mean, I'm just stating
consistent,
facts
but
over
I'm
here,
pretty much
Pancake
forced
Mix.
to edit in an explanation now, so I don't get 1,000 comments asking what's going on. Just pretend that everything is fine and add this to the list
What's
of
that, Jade?
nonsense
You
you're
want to
seeing in
learn
this
Psychic
video.
and you also played
But
Storm
anyways,
on
that
Marvel
aside,
Rivals?
as
That's
things are
nice.
now, you may be wondering if there is still any other options available to the player. Compared to some of the other soft locks I've previously done, this one gives us quite a bit of extra
A
room
Slowbro
to
would be
wander
so
around.
bad at video
But still,
games,
we're
though.
seemingly stuck with no way to continue playing
Considering
the
they
game
literally
normally.
take
Provided
hours
that
to,
you've
like,
done the setup
have a
properly,
reaction to
it really
things,
seems like there's
they would
nothing
literally
you
just
can
be
do
staring at the
except
wall
start a new
all
game
match.
or wander around
They would only
endlessly
start to
letting
move the mouse
counterplays
after the
get
match
knocked
was
out.
over.
However, in this situation, there is still one thing you can do. One tiny detail that provides the obvious but obnoxious escape I mentioned earlier. Within our prison, there is only one single way to obtain more
Me
items.
no joy
and
this
it comes
bub.
from this tree here on Route 26. Because Gen 2 introduced both a time system and held items to the series, there are plenty of these trees placed throughout the game. Once
be
per
good at
day,
fishing.
The player can
That's
pick
true.
items like berries from these trees. Because these are pretty much an infinite source of obtaining items, the sell price and positive effects of these berries are very minimal. For this particular tree, we can pick
Sometimes the Pokedex entries kind of run up against, they run up against common sense. Like, maybe it's not Slowbro's entry, it's Slowpoke's. But one of their entries says that it takes them, like, over 6 hours to, like, have a reaction to stimuli. And it's like, how do you even battle at that point? Like, is the trainer the stimuli that actually makes them obey and not be a lazy sack of shit? Like, how's that work exactly? I need answers, Game Freak. Give me the Slowpoke anatomy. Give me the lesson on Slowpoke behavior.
an Ice Berry, which when consumed heals a Pokemon's burn. So you might be asking, well, if there's a tree here, then all you have to do is pick enough berries to sell until you can afford a Pokeball, right? And you're correct. That is absolutely what we're going to do. However, doing that is not as nearly as simple as you might expect. You see, if you were to take that Ice Berry all the way back to the Pokemon League, you would discover just how little value it has, only being worth literally 5 Pokédollars. Now next, you need to realize that a standard Pokeball costs 200. That means that in order to afford a single one, you'll need exactly 40 Ice Berries, which means that in order to escape, you'll need
Thank
to
you so much
wait
for the
at
head pat,
least
Crimson.
40
How are you doing?
real-life days to pass, making sure to check in daily to obtain every Ice
One of the
Berry.
Pokedex
That
entries
certainly
says that
sounds
its yawn can
annoying,
bring
doesn't
rain, yet it doesn't
But
learn
isn't the most
rain dance or
unreasonable thing
drizzle.
in the world. After all, once you have that single Pokeball, it's just a matter of saving and resetting until it actually catches something. Then you can teach that Pokemon Fly or Surf
I think
and get yourself out of here.
Dragonair's
Unfortunately,
Pokedex entry
if you
also
thought it was
says it
going
can
to be
change
that
the weather.
easy,
I
I've
think
got some
Dragonair
bad
can
news
learn
for
Rain
you.
Dance, though,
You
at
see,
least.
in Gen 2, at the Pokemon League, they don't actually
And Crimson.
sell
Yeah, we made 2 new
Pokeballs.
redeems today.
No, they only sell Ultra Balls, which cost 6 times more than a normal Pokeball. I think you can see where I'm going with this. So, in this scenario, this means that the escape method will require you to pick 240 daily Ice Berries, all just for the
Hope you're
chance
having a good
to obtain
Thursday.
another Pokemon. And this is exactly
Work
what
tomorrow,
makes this
so I'm on my
particular
weekend.
trap
I'm a
so
happy
cool.
fox.
Going back to the idea of giving this cartridge to a random Pokemon fan to try and escape, just imagine how someone would react. At first, they probably appear to be really confident, since they appear to have such an open area to explore. But as they wander, they'll soon realize that they actually can't do a single thing besides interact with this tree. And once they realize how much the berry is worth and how long it'll take to afford their escape, I guarantee you that the life in their eyes will fade in the most satisfying way imaginable. But right now, there might be some of you out there clinging to hope, asking, what if you just manually change the
Wonderfully
game's clock until
wonderfully
you have
phrased,
240
Pikasprey.
berries? And unfortunately
The
for
light
you,
from their
I also
eyes will
thought of that
fade
too.
in the most
So most
satisfying
people don't
way
seem to be
possible.
aware of this, but in Gen 2, there is actually a secret method to changing the in-game clock. In Gold and Silver, by pressing down, select, and B at the same time on the title screen, the game will ask you if you'd like to reset the clock. Upon hitting yes, you'll then need to enter a password. The required password is actually generated based on a few different factors.
Rinny
within
jump
the
scare.
current save file. All of these
I'm a
things
scary
are the
fox,
player's
okay?
name, ID
I might be
number,
cute, but I can
and
be
money.
scary too.
However, that information by itself isn't enough to tell you everything. Using one of the many tools you can find online, you can enter this information to figure out what your generated password is supposed to be.
Dear
Once
my
this is entered,
chompers.
the player can now set the day of the week and time to whatever they desire. In Pokemon Crystal, the method to accessing the clock reset
Dialga
function
is
was
the
made a
Dragon
bit
of
more
Time.
obscure.
Roar of Time
This
just does
time, on the
damage,
title
but
screen, it must be done like this. First, you need
You mean
to hold
Palkia?
down,
I think
select,
Palkia is
and
the
B.
space dragon, right?
Next, you need
Palkia
to
can't
let
teleport.
Go of down and B. Now you have to hold left and up on
Abra
the
does what
D-pad.
Palkia can't.
Finally, let go of the select
Imagine getting
button.
bogged by an
Once
Abra.
this is done, you'll be brought to the same screen that was seen in gold and silver. The password you need is also determined the same way as before.
Yeah, we're leveling up
Considering the
Red
roundabout
Rager
method
at the
of
moment.
accessing this function, it's more than likely
We're trying to
that
get
this was
everybody
only
up to
intended be
level
used for
40
testing
minimum
purposes
to do
by
the Elite Four.
developers. But with that explanation out of the way, you might have figured out what needs to be done next. In order to accelerate the process,
God, I want to get rid of like strength
240 ice berries,
or surf.
You're just going to have to
I want to learn
painstakingly
Rain
adjust
Dance.
the clock over and over, entering
We're gonna
that
have to farm so
password
many heart scales for poor
many
Red
times.
Rager.
Sure, that will no doubt take a lot of time to do, but it's still
Well,
a
I
lot
see it's a good
shorter
time
than
getting
waiting
bitten by those
240
chompers.
real
Yeah,
life
apparently
days,
Crimson
right?
thinks the
But
same
like
thing.
I said earlier, I had considered
Okay, I guess
this
we're gonna
as
give up
well,
on Rain
and this
Dance,
is
but
yet another reason why we are playing on the
we're gonna have to farm heart
Japanese
scales
version
at
of
some
the
point to
game.
relearn it.
For you see, in all Japanese versions of Gen 2, this clock reset feature is inaccessible to the player. Despite how clear it is that the player isn't supposed to be using this menu, it was for some reason made accessible in the international releases. This means that in our game, the player has absolutely no choice but to wait for a real day to go by before they can ever pick another ice berry. And there you have it, folks. No out-of-bounds glitches or sequence breaking required. After making use of several intentional game mechanics in unintended ways, we have created a save file that is virtually unplayable without a 240-day-long commitment. Of course, there is no way that anyone would ever do this to themselves by accident, but the point is, you technically can do it. To give you an idea of just how long 240 days is, let's say for example you started and picked your first ice berry on January 1st. You would finish just before the end of August on the 28th. That's 8 long months of checking in daily just to make your game playable again. A completely consistent escape method that requires no RNG, but it's so obnoxious that nobody would ever actually go through with it.
Oh,
Thank you
somebody's
all
calling
for
us.
watching. My name is Pikasprey, and have a nice night.
Good evening, Rinny. It's me, Gina. Were you awake? My Hoppip and I are getting more in sync with each other. But you know what? I still haven't caught a Rattata. It's getting beyond frustrating. Bye. Let's chat again later. Good to know. I guess if your Hoppip only knows synthesis, yeah, you would have a hard time catching a Rattata, maybe. Alright, let's check out, Cardinal's video that he sent us. This video is called The Dragon Ball Speedrun That Drives You Insane, so I have high hopes for this video. Looks like Budokai won.
Remember all the sick Dragon Ball games for the PS2? Yeah, there were so many of them. I specifically remember spending hundreds of hours playing the original Budokai trilogy. The board game style in Budokai 2 was fire, and the open world exploration in Budokai 3 blew my mind as a kid. I was obsessed with these games, and it came to me as no surprise that people are still playing them actively
Okay,
today,
why is,
either through competitive
closed
play,
captions on?
or as I would
There we
find
go.
out, through speedrunning. I know fighting games aren't usually what come to mind in regards to speedrunning, but these games have great story modes. Of course people are going to run them. A dedicated few runners have taken on the task of trying to optimize the original
Give Joey's
Budokai
number to
games,
Gina. He
with
knows a
one
thing or
game
two
and
about
category
Rattatas.
reaching heights never seen
I'll get you the
before,
biggest,
and that
best,
is Budokai
toppest
1
percentage
80%.
Rattata you want,
A fairly
baby.
straightforward run on paper, but throughout this video, you will learn how much this brutal speedrun will test your patience, and perhaps even drive you mad.
I thought Budokai 1 would be relatively straightforward. I thought Budokai 2 would be the pain in the ass, because that's the one with the board game, the RNG in the board game.
And Dragon Ball Z Budokai is released for the PlayStation 2, and then for the GameCube a year later in 2003.
I guess he's gonna educate us.
Featuring Budokai 1 and 3 would also come out for PS3 and Xbox 360 a decade later in 2012. The game is centered around the story of the anime and is separated into 3 sagas: Saiyan, Namek, and Android Saga. Dragon Ball Z Budokai is
also who made this video? ThaRixer. Let me type it in chat in case you want to check out his channel. That's the author of the video we're watching.
5D fighting game, and has you play as a multitude of characters throughout the main story, where your objective is to deplete each opponent's life bar down to 0 to progress through the game. There are a total of 22 fights you need to get through to complete the main story, and for the any% speedrun, the objective is to complete all of them as fast as possible. The first ever speedrun for Budokai 1 any% would come from a runner named Kakarot, who posted a run of 3450.
Nice name for a speedrunner, Dragon Ball speedrunner.
In February of 2014.
It's like being a Mario Brothers speedrunner and calling yourself Mario.
And a desire for someone to compete or collaborate with. He claims the run is beatable by a full minute, maybe even 2, and links his run. The first thing to take notice of is his goddamn horny-ass split background, bro. Holy shit! I've looked at a lot of anime.
It's him, John Speedrunner.
But I don't even know if I can show this one. So I'm just gonna not. Yeah, let's just talk about this.
I've seen titties bigger than that. Come on now. Come on now. We've had bigger titties in this house.
Mentioned in his post on the SDA forums that would later be universally coined guard canceling, or just canceling for short. Certain moves in the Budokai trilogy have this glowing slow motion attack that can be charged depending on how long you hold down the button for. If you press guard during one of these charging attacks, your character will reset back to its neutral position, and you can do a new string of combos while your opponent is still in hit stun. Kakarot opens the Raditz fight with a basic 4-kick combo into a guard cancel sidestep to get behind him while he's still in hit stun, where he does a 4-punch combo into a Kamehameha for nearly a full bar of damage. Hitting enemies from behind does 25% more damage as opposed to hitting them in the front, and Kakarot tries to repeat this combo a few more times but fails his cancel, and so he has to wait for Raditz to get back up. After defeating him, it's time for the minigame. Yeah, this section is infamous for being stupidly hard for no reason. I distinctly remember breaking my first controller as a kid from rotating the sticks too aggressively.
Okay, not to like one guy this, but I swear I never had a problem with this minigame. I mean, you fuck it up the first time when you're figuring out how it works, but I swear I never had a problem with this. Push your luck.
Kakarot scrapes by on his first try, and moves on to fight Nappa and Vegeta, using the exact same strategies that was used on Raditz. These fights against the Saiyans belong in the D tier. Nothing to worry about when you're speedrunning the game, just your typical early game crooks. Kakarot had one death at the very end of the run, so he had to redo an entire fight, which is why he thinks his run was beatable by a minute or 2. And he was completely right. His run would be beatable by nearly 2 minutes. In
Thank you very much for the busty boy redeem, Crimson.
And Boohead86 would begin racing Dragon Ball Z Budokai.
No luck, just pure fox skill. It's true.
3303 set by Rubber Ducky
the little baby Rinny could do that in his sleep. I'm one of the best overall Budokai players in the country.
And mostly spammed the basic punch combo into an occasional Kamehameha. His run was only so much faster because it was deathless, and because he was playing on GameCube, which had faster loads over Kakarot's PS2 version. Still, both of these first showings were
Thank you so much for the head
sign
pats
of
as well.
things to come. The game had still yet to see some real optimization, just a couple of races and fast casual playthroughs. But this would change in 2015, with Lil Duke Duke. Having experience in multiple different Budokai games and also Smash Bros, Lil Duke Duke was a certified fighting game player, and it showed in its run of 3257 that he would set on March 21st, 2015. His Goku combos were far more advanced than anyone before him. He starts out with 4 kicks into a guard cancel sidestep, where he does forward punch kick from the back into another cancel, back kick to keep him stunned, forward kick punch
Imagine
into
getting
cancel,
bust-mogged
and
by a
finally
fox boy.
forward
I mean,
punch
it
straight into a
happens.
Kamehameha, draining Raditz's
Probably
health
not
bar down
very
to nearly
often, but, I
50%
mean,
after just one
I guess
string.
I'm the exception
He even
to the
does
rule.
a bit of juggling later on for extra damage. It was clear Duke knew how to play Budokai, but wasn't satisfied with his time, so he decided to push for lower. 4 days later, he would be on a run with a sloppy early game, being 13 seconds behind after the 10-minute mark.
Oh god, no!
Difficulty
An
was
unauthorized connection has been detected in the thigh cam. All personnel brace for thigh cam activation.
Not again.
Security breach contained. The thigh cam has been deactivated for your safety. You may resume your normal viewing experience. Have a nice day.
I swear, I need to get rid of that goddamn thigh cam. It keeps getting hacked over and over again. Alright, where were we? Somebody will be drawn, hung, and quartered for that later.
Mission failed. We'll get them next time.
Yeah, I tried. I tried my best. I tried my best to get an unhackable thigh cam, and I failed.
about to step up a notch as Duke arrives on Namek.
Thank you so much for the head pats.
These are the C-tier fights.
I hope you
Nothing
like the
absurdly
redeem.
challenging,
I'm
but
quite
certainly
proud with how that
a
one
pain
turned
in the
out.
heel. The first fight is against Raccoon, and it goes pretty smoothly for Duke. He does his usual combo strings and takes him down without much of an issue. On Ginyu, Duke also gets a fairly clean fight. He does a pretty cool strat of keeping him in the air by transforming into Kaioken ×5 to extend his juggle. Transformations in this game will net your character a 10%
And thank you so
damage
much for the
increase
big emote
depending on
as
your
well.
form. In the case of Goku, Kaioken ×2 gives you an extra 10%. Kaioken ×5 gives another 10%. Times 10 is another 10%, and finally Super Saiyan, where Goku will deal 40% extra damage over his base form. You unlock these transformations as you go through the game, so for now, all Duke had to work with was Kaioken ×5. After the fight is over,
Oh yeah, and Budokai 1 had those fucking jank-ass translations too, where they called the Kaioken the King Kai Fist. And the Kamea wave was gold instead of blue. Like, I get it. I think it was gold in some of the manga, but, like, still, come on, man. Everybody watched the TV show. Like, you should have made it blue. Everybody watched the TV show. Everybody who bought that game watched the TV show.
Ginyu uses his body change technique to swap bodies with Goku, and you now have to fight Goku as Ginyu. And it's here where we learn the three main ways you can lose time in Dragon Ball Z Budokai. The first is of course your opponent fighting back. The time they spend dealing damage to you is time not spent dealing damage to them. The second is your opponent not waking up after a knockdown. If you find your opponent just lying there, the best thing to do is either to shoot a key
And don't
blast
forget
at them
light
or to do
grenade.
forward PKK. It's not guaranteed to work every time, so you can spam this move 3 or more times to
Oh
get
no,
them
you
back
got rid
on
of
their
my
feet.
booba. Did you
And the
mean to do
last
that?
one, blocking. This is the biggest time loss you can suffer in this game. The AI will sometimes randomly block
booba
for an
cancels
extended
itself
period of
out.
time, and there's nothing you can do to get past it. You just gotta keep attacking and hope they eventually let you through. Duke loses a bit of time when fighting Goku because of the blocking, but this is nothing compared to what you'll see later. He continues his run while being
Did
in
you
the
mean to
red
do
the
that,
entire
Crimson?
time until the very end.
There's a plan? Oh no. Oh god, are you gonna do the bikini redeem next?
Fucking serious? What the fuck?
He wants the
man?
tummy.
That
He's
is
fiending for the
dumb
tummy.
as
I know where this is
fuck,
going.
I'm mad. What the fuck is this game?
Sexy boy.
What is this game? It's a
Oh,
good
what do you
question,
know?
Duke.
What do you know?
I'd like
Here
to
comes the
think
tummy.
That reaction came from a very genuine place within himself. The feeling of being behind the entire time, then you magically PB anyway? I'll give you an answer, Duke. This game is RNG hell. What you see is what you get. The game is nothing more than executing combos correctly and praying the opponent cooperates. With such a simple game, you would think it would be like stealing candy from a child to get a good run. Yet, it's anything but. Duke had the skills to take the time lower, but called it quits there. And so,
Predictable,
a different
but
player would have
satisfied.
to come along
Don't
and
worry,
tame
I
the
got you,
beast.
bro.
道を開く尖閣者
道 Meet Runic Blade, a speedrunner of many classic 90s and 2000s video games. Shrek 2,
Oh
and
god, we have
Crash
Booba
Bandicoot
Wars
2.
going
In
on.
2015, Runic decided to run Dragon Ball Z Budokai after seeing Kakarot's run, and quickly got within range of Duke's record.
So close.
The flat enthusiasts are fighting with the Booba enthusiasts.
Runic was the first
There's blood in
person
the
who seemed
streets.
determined to put some proper attempts into
And thank you so
Budokai
much for the
1
big
80%,
emote as well.
And so he snagged the record with an unrecorded 31:37 while running on the slower console, the PS2. He would lower his time to 31:19, barely surviving the final fight with a slither of health. Seeing more potential to go lower, Runic had his sights on a time in the 30-minute range, and he would get a chance the very next day, having defeated Goku 6 seconds ahead. But Runic was about to hit a wall, a tough opponent that challenges you with 3 fights in a row.
I need to get a lick
Frieza.
emote like that. That's a cute emote.
This guy can be a menace to your runs. For starters, Frieza
Either
has a
one of
smaller
those. Both
profile,
of those emotes
or
are
rather,
cute.
he's what we like to call a short king. So if you don't time your attacks correctly,
Oh
you can
god, no,
easily
help!
whiff. He also
My poor
loves
little
to fight
face,
back,
no!
And his sidestep is an instant transmission.
Thank you so much for the
so he
100
can be an
biddies, Tom.
unpredictable opponent. One strategy Runic used at the start of Frieza 1 was to immediately transform into Kaioken times 10.
I'm glad you
to
enjoyed
stun
the
him
booby
for a
tax.
free opening. This would become the strategy for
I'm
any
glad you
fight
enjoyed
where
the boobies.
transformation is possible. This is, however, not possible on Frieza 2 and 3, as you begin the fight in Super Saiyan, which is the highest level of transformation Goku can go to. If RNG goes your way, you can absolutely
I mean,
burn
technically
through
I
these
could do
fights with
both. I could
Goku's
make the
40%
Booba
damage
smaller,
buff. But of
like
course,
this.
that's
That way
very
you can
rare.
see the Booba and the
Frieza 3
tummy.
in particular went really poorly for Runic, as he refused to stand up when knocked down and block the final Kamehameha. Another challenging fight in the B tier is Android 19, the first fight of the Android saga right after Frieza 3. Your main concern here is the fact that you're doing this fight with viral heart disease, so your health is constantly lowering itself as time ticks. Runic's fight goes essentially perfect here, but if 19 decides to fight back, you could potentially risk dying.
God, I am not
Plus
looking
one on the
forward to
splits,
doing
he
Cloud
starts
and Newt
clawing to run
Newt.
back to the
Cloud and
end
Newt
game.
Newt are going to be such a
And at
pain in the
last,
ass.
He achieves his goal.
Guess we could do Hideki next.
Nice.
Runic was happy to leave Budokai alone for a while and moved on to speedrun different games. With only a couple of poor fights throughout, the record would stand for a good while. Around this time, the HD version, which was its own separate leaderboard, would see some competition from Saiyans and Toasterman 95, with its record falling all the way down to 21 minutes.
Toasterman
The
95
HD
is a
version
base screen
quite a
name.
bit different in that it has nearly instant loads, and it's not really possible to combo opponents from behind as they will just turn around.
Get the
While
busty
HD had
jutsu
its own
redeems,
separate
they're fair
leaderboard,
game.
PS2 and
Fair
GameCube
enough.
were still combined, and Runic's run could easily be beaten if anyone near his skill level did a run on GameCube. And that's exactly what Back would do in November of 2016, scoring at 29:04 and 28:59, with the second run being 6 seconds better than Runic's run execution-wise if we remove the load times. Runic had taught Back how to play Budokai, and there was no way that he would let the pupils surpass the master. So Runic would come back to Budokai, still on PS2. His basic Goku
Thank you so much for the
combo in his
head pats.
3048 started out with forward PKK into a guard cancel sidestep, then a 4-kick combo from the back. But if we look closely, you can see that one of these attacks misses quite often. To avoid this, Runic
You heard
now does
Chicago.
his combo
Yeah,
order in
Pancake Mix
reverse
was
to
talking about
ensure
how we could get
guaranteed damage every
Pokemon cards in other
time, adding
languages in
consistency
Chicago.
all throughout the game. At
Even found
least when
German ones.
controlling Goku. Goku is the only character I've really talked about so far, with the exception of the one Ginyu fight. But you play as a few different characters in a Budokai 1 speedrun, and they are all total dog shit. Let's talk about the 2 fights in the A tier, where you play as Gohan. 5 minutes into the speedrun, Kid Gohan has to face off against Vegeta, and as a character, he sucks. Runners have tried for years to find something optimal for this fight, but what you see right now has been the
Then
meta
Fox
since the
Glassy.
start. Just
No!
mash square
My poor
until
face.
Vegeta doesn't
So many
block.
biddies.
Despite there being some obvious
Thank you so much for the
mistakes in
100
fight,
biddies.
Runic gets through with a small time
Both
save,
Crimson
would
and
keep
Tom.
building up the lead throughout Namek.
Thank you for the big
After
emotes
Android
as well.
19, Runic is bordering
We have a
on
hype
29
train.
days with a
Wow.
massive
My second
40-second
ever hype
lead.
train. Let's
But
go.
one fight is about to
Thank you so
ruin
very
everything,
much.
and
Both
that
of
is
you.
the third to last fight against the Cell Juniors.
Supporting
Once
is
again,
never
the strategy
mandatory, but is
literally
always
just to spam
appreciated.
Punches, but there are 7 of these guys with very aggressive AI. They can fall over, block, dash attack, backstep. It's by far the longest split in the run, and if it doesn't go well, you will bleed time. Runic closes the run with a 30-24.
Self-destruct.
But he surprised himself with how much time saved there still was. Sub 30
Just barely
had to be
survived.
possible, and Runic was determined to get it.
I wonder if self-destruct still lowers your defense in this game. I seem to recall self-destruct having your defense in earlier games.
Yahoo, dude!
Yes! Fuck yeah!
Thank you, Crimson, for gifting a sub to Ochi. Enjoy the weird emotes, Ochi.
Yeah, dude!
Oh my goodness. And thank you so much for the 100 biddies, So. You all are so very supportive. You must really love Pokemon. I love Pokemon too, to be fair.
Yes! That's it. That's a sub. Yes!
Support the
Let's
Girthquake
go.
in his mighty thighs.
Let's go! That's me
The
done.
Girthquake demands all of your biddies as an
PS2
offering, or
sub
else.
30.
Mwahaha!
That's me done with this game.
Ending in style with a Super Kamehameha, Runic achieved a sub 30 on PS2. It might have not been the
As I
world
said,
record,
not necessary,
but,
but
it was the best executed
always
run of
puts
the
a smile
game
on my
by
face.
far. And that's all he cared about. Runic Blade did a ton for Dragon
People
Ball
love
Z
my
Budokai
silly content
speedrunning.
enough to
He would
actually
leave the game behind,
sub and
but wrote
give
a
bits.
detailed guide in
It's
Google
enough to make
Docs
my
and
poor
created a
foxy heart
tutorial for
burst.
guard canceling, in hopes of inspiring others to go above and beyond.
Thank you so much for the head pats.
Runic Blade achieved his sub 30 in January of 2017, and for the next while, the activity for the game would die out a bit. Saiyans would improve the HD record to a 20-minute time in that same year, and Thomas XV would lower it to 2039 2 years later in 2019. A friend of Thomas had expressed interest
Yahoo,
in
dude!
Says it's not even there yet.
Oh gosh.
the game was
Oh no.
fairly straightforward to get into. Little did
Tom with
Thomas
the
know
come
that
behind
his friend
2
would go on
gift
to be
subs
the greatest player this game would ever lay its
to
eyes on.
Neatistic and
This
Cardinals.
is glitched.
Oh my god.
What the fuck? Drop red now, drop red
We have
now.
a level 2 scam train and a streamer smooch? My goodness. Well, first things first, thank you so much for the 2 gift subs.
Dude!
Wow, I love Kingdom Hearts. My favorite video game ever. Rated E for everyone on the PlayStation.
And thank you so much for the 100 biddies as well as support. So. I almost said support. Big support, because I was reading Crimson's message. Big support, you guys. Big support. But thank you so very much. I get a little overwhelmed whenever this happens. I'm sorry. I probably sound super repetitive and cringe, but really, I really do appreciate it. And I hope nobody ever feels obligated. Yes, the big So port. And also the big Tom support as well. And you know what's also really big? My streamer smooches. You've made me a very happy foxy today. So it's only proper that I give you a smooch in return. Mwah. Enjoy your streamer smooch.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Thank you so much for the head pats. Yeah, thank you so much. So for the 100 bits, Tom for the 2 gift subs, So for the 100 bits again, Crimson for the 1 gift sub, Crimson for the 100 bits, and Tom for the 100 bits. And also for the miscellaneous big emotes as well. I wish the big emote showed up on my little Streamlabs tracker thing, but it doesn't for some reason. My heart's all warm and fluffy, just like my tails. It's true. It's true, and I'm not ashamed to admit it. My loyal human subjects and viewers showering me with praise. A deity's supposed to be used to being worshipped. But it feels different when you do it. I can't believe it.
Too, and we're out here talking about some, dude, I like fucking beating my schmeat to the plot.
Wait, what? What? What did I resume this video on?
Glitched is like that friend you had as a kid. If you're stuck trying to beat a boss, he'll just come over and get you through it easily. You're playing a party game or something, and he'll just be winning without even trying.
Thank you so much for the head pats.
PlayStation speedrunning, Glitched is a certified legend. He has world records in the original Kingdom Hearts on PS2, Dark Cloud, several Silent Hill 3 categories on console, a full main category sweep of Dragon Ball Z Budokai 2, and the list goes on. His speedrun.com
Are you familiar with this guy,
profile is a Hall
Soso?
of Famer.
You used to
And
run
make it
Silent
even
Hill
better,
3.
Budokai 1 was his next target to collect more trophies. Glitched was playing the game with a PS2 disc on his backwards compatible PS3 to try and even out the loads versus GameCube. But after the mods decided to split all the consoles into their own separate subcategory, he swapped his focus to PS2 to improve on the foundations that Runic Blade left behind. Glitched thoroughly read through Runic's guide and noticed a section that talked about combo resetting, that Runic only really used on Raditz. Budokai 1 has insanely rough combo scaling. The more you increase that combo counter in the top left, the less damage you end up dealing after each consecutive hit. The combo counter caps out at 13 or more hits, whereafter every subsequent hit will deal 0 damage. What combo resetting does is essentially waiting for each string of your combo to wear out before attacking again, meaning that your next set of moves are unscaled and deal more damage. Glitched saw huge potential in combo resetting and started using it all throughout the game to save massive time. In September of 2021, Glitched had already achieved the record by 1 second, with an unrecorded 29:42, but he knew he could demolish that time. He would get gold after gold. Having defeated Frieza, he's 28 seconds ahead, and after the Cell Juniors, he's sitting at -45. This was his chance to make history.
No way.
Fuck, bro. We still got the sub 29, but fuck, he didn't die. Still not that bad. GG's. Let's fucking go.
The hype train has come to a
Glitch
close.
Smashed the next minute barrier with a huge PB. All thanks to
Thank you
combo
once again
resetting
to
and some solid
Soso,
luck
Crimson,
throughout.
and
He
Tom
decided that he was gonna go
for all
lower,
the
but
the
from
big
here on
support.
out, the record would enter its most
Enjoy your weird
optimized
emotes.
stage yet. No more big 45-second
Okay, this is the emote that Tom used earlier, I think.
Everything you could, and it's all because of the Deadly Seven.
Oh, you got the eating emote. I like that one.
These 7 fights are by far and away the most run-killing fights in the game, with the main culprit being Cell, 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 and Cell. You do not fuck with Cell in this run. You have to fight him 5 times, 3 of the times being with Teen Gohan, where the best strategy is to knock him up into the air and juggle him with regular punch combos.
Evening, how are you doing? This is Tiffany. Like Clefairy is adorable, don't you think so? I always sleep next to it. It's so fluffy and warm. Oh, and we had to battle a wild knockdown a while ago. Like Clefairy got frightened, so we ran away as fast as we could. I couldn't help but feeling protective of it. Bye-bye!
Is to connect with this stupid non-true kick combo that has this super long delay between the second and third.
So I'll admit, I haven't been listening super closely because, I haven't been listening super closely because I've been playing the game and talking to you guys, but, from what, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like basically the game is hard because of execution. Like, doing the combo resets is difficult, so it's a high execution game. Which, I mean, you could technically say that for any speedrun, can't you? Like, you could say the Silent Hill speedrun is a RNG hellhole because of the execution required to do, like, the romper skip and stuff. I don't know. Maybe there's more coming to it, because there's still, like, 20 minutes of this video left.
Third hit that the opponent blocks all the time. You will get messed up by these guys. They will grab you, block for 1,000 years, backstep at the start of fights, and do everything possible to not let you win. Glitched wasn't gonna let that deter him, and after getting through the awful Vegeta fight with Kid Gohan, he was heading in to the 2 fights that caused the most resets when running this game. And that is Training 1 and Training 2. Yes, the fucking training missions when Goku is heading to Namek is the hardest part of the run, and I'll tell you why. Training 1 is as simple as reflecting 15 ki blasts, and really, it never used to be that complicated.
Sometimes you need to be pixel perfect. I mean, you kind of do for like the romper skip at least. It feels like if you're just off just a little bit, you don't go down the stairs, and you waste the entire run.
But he wasn't sure how to do it consistently. He forwarded the information to Glitched, who would find a debug menu for Budokai 1 that was posted on the Cutting Room Floor wiki page. And when using its tools, he discovered that the Training 1 reflection was consistent if you spaced yourself just right, so that the units between yourself and Vegeta would be somewhere between 83 and 87. Doable in runs, but very precise. To make things harder, Vegeta does these annoying mini ki charges that move him back a handful of pixels every time. So it's extremely hard to get in the right position because he's always moving a little bit. Glitched does not find the magic spot for a long time and loses 8 seconds, where he's now contemplating a reset if Training 2 doesn't go favorably. This is where players are taught about the clash mechanic, where 2 charging attacks will put you into this combat sequence, and you have to rotate
I've
the
never
sticks
used this.
yet again with every fiber in your
I've
body.
never used
And I'm
this
not gonna
fucking
lie, this shit
mechanic
looks
before.
sus as hell, bro. Like, what are you doing?
Looks like a fucking Windows Movie Maker Movie Maker effect.
Controllers up here. Controllers up here.
Glitched only rotates for the first 2 clashes, as Vegeta gets harder and harder to beat with each clash, and by the end, it's just faster to let him win. The most irritating thing about this fight is this dumb uppercut that Vegeta will just spam over and over again. That doesn't clash with any of your attacks. He does it a few times to Glitched, but he escapes with a solid time save and decides to keep the run going. It started looking a bit grim at Namek, but after a gold on Android 17 and Cell 5, he had gotten himself a new record by 2 seconds. And if you're confused by the splits, it's because Glitched achieved this time during a 100% attempt, which starts out by completing a regular any percent run first. The potential with this run was obvious, and Glitched knew he could still push the time down. Runic had bested Budokai with his calm demeanor and consistent strategies, but with the game now relying on RNG more than ever, it would become harder to stay composed. But Glitched is no ordinary speedrunner, and he was ready for that challenge.
That is a fat PB, boys. Let's go. 28:31. That's a really good time.
Self-destruct again. Come on now. Big PBs. Let's go. I liked the beam clashes in Budokai 3 a lot. I thought the beam clashes looked super fucking cool. The little, like, hyper fighting animation that Budokai 1 has, that shit's a little corny, I'm not gonna lie. Like I said, it kind of looks like a Windows Movie Maker effect, with the little, like, blue and red lines going around in the background.
I think I PB'd by 3 seconds.
28:29, an amazing time achieved by the game's greatest runner. On Christmas Eve 2, as the
Also, the, nice freeze frame, by the way. The, Budokai games have really, really fucking good music, too. Apparently a lot of it is plagiarized, though, which is a shame. So I think they took out some of the music in the later releases. I still have the PS2 copies, so it has the good stolen music in it. The thing that makes the run cancer is that the AI can be RNG as fuck sometimes, and if they get certain hits off or blocks, then you're fucked. Yeah, sounds like basically standard speedrunning fare, although there is another Twitch streamer I watch called Tenka, and he speedruns Mortal Kombat sometimes. And the way the Mortal Kombat AI works is you can basically trick it into doing certain things so the fights are more predictable. And it sounds like you basically can't do that in this game, and that's completely random. So, I could definitely see how that would throw a monkey wrench into your optimization. Just literally be prepared for any situation. Literally be prepared for any situation and have lightning fast reflexes. Sounds easy, right? Yeah, right. Sure it is.
The cherry on top. Glitched was happy to put the game down for a few weeks to run other games, but soon a rival would begin to creep up on his time, and together they would embark on the journey towards the fabled 27-minute time, a grind that would make them both lose their mind.
The verge of insanity.
Long ago, Kakarot would kick off the adventure that is speedrunning Dragon Ball. Lil Duke Duke and Runic Blade would revolutionize the game.
Hey, Hideki's level 40. Let's go.
Into something greater. Glitched, with his incredible gaming skills, would raise the bar of Budokai.
We might have to go somewhere else that's not Victory Road to train Newt Newt, though.
But now in 2023, a new challenger was about to enter the ring. And his name? McNuggets.
Put it right there. Put it right there. Put it right there. Go ahead.
What?
No.
That looks... What is that?
McNuggets, or just Nugs, is a one-of-a-kind character. But don't get me wrong here. When it comes to Budokai, the dude is undeniably skilled. He and Glitched had been battling it out as rivals in Budokai 2 for years, where they would trade the world record back and forth. And after McNuggets landed on a 47.05 and had the Budokai 3 record as well, he was looking to snatch Budokai 1 for a trilogy sweep. Nugs would lower his time to 29.21 and then to 29.10, only 40 seconds off the record.
God, Newt Newt's so fucking weak.
And he would get trolled a lot.
Oh, it's like that now. Dude, okay.
Thank you so much for the big emote, Crimson.
This is how I lose my run! Yahoo! Yahoo!
Thank you so much for the stretch as well.
Burger King, Goku is now serving a life sentence. He figured out they have foot fungus on his burger, and he launched a Kamehameha towards the man.
Much better.
I can't see shit without my fucking
Aside from getting
glasses.
terrible
Hey, I need those to
RNG,
see you now.
McNuggets was also struggling to close the gap because he was playing on English.
Taking my
Also known
glasses.
as the TCU version. Glitched
Not even my
purchased a
glasses are
Japanese
safe around here.
NTSC copy of Budokai simply for the cooler voice lines, but as a side effect, it turned out to be 20 seconds faster.
And you would
So
know
when
what's
Nugs
also
got a
not
hold of the
safe?
Japanese
My poor
version, he
ears.
would
They're getting
enter the
sticky notes put
28-minute
on them.
range very quickly with 28.
No, not the glasses.
With him now so close, Glitched would get back on
Hey,
the
I
horse
need those.
to defend his record.
I need those
and
glasses,
scramble
man.
together an unbelievable 28.10, a run that was 30 seconds
What I also
ahead
need
after
is I also
Cell
need a
2.
sticky note
But
on me.
McNuggets kept grinding and was now 9 seconds away with a 28.19, with a 23-second time loss to Cell 4 at the end. The rivalry was at its peak. Nugs wanted the sweep, but Glitched
remember
wanted
chill,
the
bub.
27.
The most
Both of
important
their
advice
goals
you can
had
ever
one
give.
thing in common: lowering the world record. And if they wanted to do that, they had to work together against the game. They had to combine their minds and get in the lab.
There we go.
For Goku's combo, McNuggets suggested adding forward KPP as an additional combo before the finisher to Glitched, which then got
A streamer
added to most
smooch
fights with a lower level of
without my
transformation.
glasses.
If the whole sequence is done
I'm
right,
shy,
you
though.
can drain your opponent down to exactly half health, meaning that two
I'm
in a
gonna
row
close my
comes
eyes and
out
pretend
to a
I have my
perfect
glasses
kill.
on, okay?
Glitched would
It's not
optimize
weird.
the Teen Gohan combo on cell 3, 4, and 5 by adding in 2
Mwah.
empty punches after the knockout, then doing the full 5-punch string to finish the juggle.
Enjoy your glasses,
Additionally,
your
back
glasses
punch was
less streamer
incorporated as
smooch.
a possible backup launcher if Cell blocks the forward PKK. All of the Cell fights are still ludicrously random, but now you would have to win fewer neutral game openings
God,
to
this
take
is a
him down.
nightmare.
The two would work together
Newt
on
Newt is so
optimizing the
fucking
Ginyu
weak.
fight as well. The strat
If only I
used
caught
to
that
copy
hair
what
across, you
runners would
guys,
do on
if
the
only.
HD version, knocking the opponent up with a kick combo and getting a few hits in.
Glasses back, are we right?
Now, a proper combo
Wait,
had been created
you don't
with
like
some
the
clever
you don't
back
like the
punches
lack
for the
of
most
glasses,
amount of
Kuro?
damage. And finally, Light Grenade would start seeing some use on Android 17 as a viable finisher.
We have a
for
glasses
Piccolo.
enjoyer in chat. Senpai, are you a glasses enjoyer? Do you like boys with glasses?
While these strategies would prove to be faster,
That's what I
still
thought.
didn't matter if the RNG wasn't on
You're
your
a
side,
glasses
and
enjoyer.
the game was not playing nice.
Yeah, this sucks.
Dude, what do you mean, dude?
Give me a Golbat or something, please. Graveler doesn't even give that much EXP.
11 hits.
I fucking love Piccolo, dude. Such a good character.
Also, having Android 19 waste your time while the crazy circus music plays in the background is pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie. If I was trying to speedrun the game, I'm sure it would drive me fucking insane, though.
Stuck in my balls.
Don't push your
my.
luck.
Fuck Piccolo. Seriously, worst fucking character.
Worst of all during this grind had to be the Great Wall of Cell. You just never see.
I mean, I
all
could
five
technically
fights
use
go
my
right in
rare
the same
candies
run.
on Newt Newt, but
No
do I
matter
really
the
want to
pace,
waste my rare
no matter
candies?
The comeback potential, Cell was there
On a
to
stinky
take
flying
away
type.
any hope.
Dude, come on. Oh my gosh. I can't hit him. Great, run's dead again.
This game is gonna give me fucking brain cancer. Oh my fucking god. Fucking pray for me, dude. Pray for me.
Yeah, if
This
you know,
has
if we're
be
down
over.
to the
This
point
has
where
to
we're
be
using
run.
Newt Newt in the Elite
This is the
Four, we've
closest
probably
I've
lost
gone
already. To be fair,
for a while.
like, do you foresee
play the
Newt Newt
game,
doing enough
please,
enough
Piccolo.
damage? Do you foresee Newt Newt doing enough damage to take out any of the Elite Four members? I don't.
Run.
I personally don't. Maybe I'm just a hater, though. We should train up Ampharos, though.
No way, dude, that did not connect. You're smoking crack. Oh my.
You see Newt Newt solo carrying? So, what crystal ball are you using?
Dude,
So, I think your crystal ball's carry is like covered in dust and cobwebs. That's obscuring your vision.
dude, I'm so mad.
This was just maddening. Everything that could go wrong was going wrong. Run after run would die to something completely
Yeah, you might have to
new
fly
they hadn't
somewhere.
seen before. Despite their
Fly
best
somewhere that
efforts,
doesn't have ground
there
types.
was no PB in sight. But they both kept pushing, knowing that the victory would be all the more sweet in the end. Glitched would finally break his own record with a 28:05 that he unfortunately forgot to highlight. McNuggets, after hearing the news, had some mixed feelings. He was of course happy for Glitched, but why wasn't it him? Why couldn't he break through? He just wanted to get the world.
Yeah, that's a funny quirk that carries over from the original Gen 1 and 2. The fact that Bruno used primarily rock types for some reason. Well, the reason why is because there was barely any fighting types. Newt Newt solo is like maybe 1 or 2. Yeah, my faith isn't very high. Forgive me, I know my Knocked Owl is like crying right now. He's downstairs crying right now. Right now, because I'm doubting his competency, but I'm just telling you, it's not gonna go over very well. Guys, my Newt Newt is downstairs crying right now. It's because there's a sick motherfucker on the internet called Rinny, and Rinny and his shithead fan base shits on my Newt Newt all day, all night. It's okay. He'll get over it. He'll get over it. And thank you so much for the big emote, Crimson. See, I get a little unhinged when I don't have my glasses on. Actually, who am I kidding? I'm always unhinged.
Record once, so he could hold a trilogy sweep at one point in his life. Why couldn't he clutch when it mattered most? His next stream would be a pity party. Black and white webcam, text on screen saying he'll never catch up to world records.
Black and white
and his
webcam?
girlfriend
God
had
damn, that's
broken
fucking
up with him
hilarious.
That same day, and is non-stop texting him mid-run.
That's
I'm
fucking
not
hilarious.
making this
Next
up.
time I have like
All the while,
a stream where
there's
I'm
depressing
sad, I gotta
music
turn
playing in the
my
background.
I have to
don't
turn
know
my
why he
VTuber cam
decided
black
that
and
Budokai
white. That is
Text was
fucking
the move to
hilarious.
him, but he would start to build up a lead on Namek.
Why did I never
Cell
think
2
of
would
that?
Put him to 13 seconds ahead, and while Cell 3
I'll
would
never
crush his
catch up.
lead, he shook it off because he had time to gain on the last two fights.
That feel when you pull up to the Soso stream and her webcam is in black and white. That's a joke because Soso doesn't have a webcam. Let's get the elephant out of the room. This is not a pregnant Newt Newt announcement. And by the way, Cat agrees with me. You know what else Cat agrees with? Putting a sticky note on. Let's get a sticky note. Let's see. Let's get a rare sticky note. Well, I haven't used this one in a long time. Let's go. Yeah, let's use the Yar Naika one. I haven't used this sticky note in fucking forever. Rare sticky note acquired. This is like getting a holographic Pokemon card.
Fights, so he locked in.
It's any percent. Budokai 1, 2, and 3.
Double flinch? Let's
It's
go.
all 3, man. That's all. Dude, I have been having just the absolute worst time lately, man. I have been having the worst time lately.
Do we want to go back to watching Pokemon Softlocks after this, by the way, or does anyone else have any video sloppa requests?
He faced, he decided that he was going to continue his grind and join Glitched in the quest for 27. He had come this far. Surely, the last 5 seconds couldn't be that bad. Right?
That fucking block string, though. That legendary block string.
Oh! In what universe does that not connect? In what universe does that not connect? In what
What the dude? Why is that shit happening? Fucking backstepping mid combo and falling over. There it goes again. Backstep mid combo. Stop doing
I found my
that.
glasses, by the way.
It's like fucking 3 fights in a row, man.
You guys find very creative places to hide them, but I swear, I'll always find them eventually.
Literally every fight since Frieza.
That's the one use for the item finder in this game, finding my glasses.
Okay. No. Nope. That punch tilted me.
You got Fox Tummy to entertain you while we grind.
Dude, I hate Piccolo. Fucking useless character. Useless character hours. Dead run hours.
I do find video game esoterica like this entertaining, for me at least. I like learning about useless stuff like this. My head is full of useless knowledge. Is this the fucking worst speed ever?
Someone comes in, first time chatter. I love
That's the
Budokai.
second time I've
How's
ever
the
heard
speed
the
run?
worst
Shut
speed
up.
ever outside of Tevin's stream. Who the fuck actually plays that playlist? And thank you so much for the big emote as well.
Alright, we'll take that. Fuck yeah. That's what I needed. God damn it, I fucked up the last one. It's still fine. I'm still really far ahead. I still have time save on these last 2 splits. Fuck yes! Fuck yes! Fuck this shit!
The 27 was real.
Can't escape.
Glitched had finally done it. The dedication these two guys have for Budokai 1 is seriously impressive. Compared to
How many
runners
fucking
prior who had
cheeseburgers
made
have you been
attempts,
eating, Cloud?
both
How
of these
slow
guys
are you to where you get
combined
outsped by an
thousands of hours
Onyx?
doing
How's that
runs
work?
and labbing in training mode. Compared to other speed games with similar run counts, it's hard to find 2 runners that are just that much more committed than the rest of the field. Nugs would try for months to get his own 27, and that attempt counter would just keep climbing, with nothing but crash outs to follow.
Nothing
Oh my
but
God,
crash
please.
outs. Sounds like my stream.
Wait, does that win or does that lose? What? No fucking way you got the IQ for that shit.
Onyx is a speedy man. I mean, the fucked up thing is he outsped us on
what a
round
grace.
1. He used rock polish, which made his speed go up, and then we got away after that. He was too busy polishing his rocks. He wasn't watching his flank.
What the?
Finally, he would land himself a 2802. Not
Hey,
enough for
quit polishing your
27,
rocks over
but
there.
One step closer to
Yeah,
his
look
goal.
at my rocks,
In the
bitch.
background, Glitched was going through his own struggle. The madman that had gotten the first 27 in Budokai still wanted to go lower. His skill was undeniable, and he wasn't gonna let any of these fuckers stand in his way. And during a one-off 100% run, Glitched would get this run.
These dudes have anime PFPs, that's how you know they fuck. It's true. It's like nobody ever gives Batman shit for wearing a cowl. You know, not all heroes need to show their face to the public. Good evening, Rinny. It's me, Rena. Were you awake? Have I ever failed to catch a wild Pokemon?
Nice.
You need to
Run
ask?
is in
I would never
Sand
fail to
now.
catch a wild Sand Slash. Oh, never mind.
Words cannot describe the level of sketchy that fucking
That
fight
was-
The
that was really
tiniest
fucking- that
PV
call
is
was
possible.
sketchy.
I'm pretty sure. Could be real. I need a perfect cell 4 and 5.
I'm gonna be
for one
polishing
game out.
my rocks all night.
Oh, shit.
What do you think about
be
that,
real.
bish?
Could be real, boys. It's all up to sell the 5th.
Suffer Cloud.
Be nice
I'm
to
gonna make
me.
you watch me polish my rocks, bish.
Yes! Fuck yes, dude!
God, this fight was such a fucking sack of shit whenever I played that game. The very final fight against Super Perfect Cell. Even on the easiest difficulty, that motherfucker A-logged you from across the screen. But there was a jump kick, like a dashing jump kick cheese you could do to him. But I'm assuming by speedrunning standards, that's probably pretty slow, so... It worked for Little Rennie, probably won't work for a speedrunner.
Only a fucking PV! Holy shit! Let's go!
Yeah.
Let's fucking go!
Cell's a little sack of shit.
Finally.
And that, my friends, is where the world record stands for now. Dragon Ball Z Budokai has had a rather interesting history. Early runs of the game were quite wholesome, rediscovering a childhood
Get kicked
classic
out of
and racing it
America,
with
then
your
marry a
friends.
girl.
But
Oh,
over
I'm not gonna
time, as the
repeat
game got
that.
more
That could be
optimized,
taken out of
it would begin
context.
to show its teeth. To speedrun Budokai at the highest level,
Suffer,
you need
Cardinals!
to keep your head cool and have an ungodly
Gonna get me
amount of
banned off of Twitch for saying stuff
because
like that.
If you don't, you will go insane. The leaderboard on speedrun.com only consists of 8 runners for the PS2 version, so my buddy
Is Scarlett
Rebel and I
Hampton
decided to pick
barely
up some
legal? I
copies
thought she
and
was
bump it
a
up to 10.
roasty.
But still, the guys who did the most work
I thought she was a
are the two at the
Black.com
top.
roasty.
My hat's off to Glitched and Nugs for putting in an incredible effort to optimize the game. Unless a new sequence break is found, the only way to lower the time is getting cleaner fights. And we'll see if 26 ever happens playing the game this way. A task was created by L5 that clocks in at 25:38 when a adjusted for load times. So Glitched and Nugs still have
I'm
over 2
greatly
minutes to
I'm
reach
greatly not
theoretical
enjoying
perfection.
grinding
The two
Cloud
actually met up for
and
the
Newt
first
Newt.
time not too long ago for an anime speedrunning focused event.
I
in
swear I
Florida,
never
which
ran
was
into
pretty
this many
cool to see.
gravelers earlier.
The guys are very close and support each other's grinds.
We grilling it up here. We got the food. We got the freaking boys. Look at.
So chat, very important question. Do you support each other's grinds? Do you support the homies in their grinding? Very important question. If you don't support the grind, you might not actually be a homie. Just food for thought. And I don't mean the Pokemon type of grinding.
Look at this man. Look at this man cooking out here. Shit.
Nugs recently, as of writing this video, has gotten down to 2801. So tantalizingly close to a 27. I highly recommend you go follow these guys to see what they do next.
If it's for
and
the
consider
homies.
checking out speedruns for other Budokai games on speedrun.com. If you want to see someone who does the nastiest cancels in Budokai 3, check out this guy Adrian Proshka.
Yeah, dude.
And of course, if you want
Support
to
the
see more
gritty with a bit.
like this,
My
I
poor
recommend
face.
checking out
So many
the Conquering
biddies.
Jack 3 series. It took me over
Thank you for the
2.5
100
years
biddies,
to make,
Crimson.
and will likely remain
Support
my
the
magnum
gritty with
opus
the
on this
biddy.
channel. In any case, that's all for now. Thank you to everyone who helped me create
Biddies
this
are
video,
indeed very
and
good
a special
support.
tribute to Akira Toriyama for creating an incredible franchise. Long live Dragon Ball, and long live Budokai. Thanks for watching. If you liked the video, please consider subscribing and supporting me on Patreon. Take care, and have a good one.
Alright, we're gonna go fly somewhere else. This is kind of getting a little ridiculous. So, cool video. Again, the video author is, let's see, ThaRixer. So I'll put it in chat again if you want to check out his YouTube channel. Pretty interesting video. It makes me wonder if the other Budokai games have the same RNG problems, because if you asked me, if you pulled me off the street, if you grabbed my arm, and assuming I didn't immediately set you on fire with my fox magic, you pulled me aside and you said, Rinny, what is the most difficult Budokai game to speedrun? If you asked me that, completely unprepared, off the cuff, even though I don't have cuffs in this outfit, I would probably tell you that Budokai 2, because it's the board game, and I figured the board game would have RNG, it'd be super long, but I did not have my money on the first game, that's for sure. I believe they took away the guard canceling shit in the later games, though. You get a mention in one of his videos? Oh, does he, did he cover your speedrunning? That's cool, if so. He must have covered some of your speedruns. Actually, speaking of Silent Hill, there's a video I've been sitting on that I kind of want to look at. I don't know if you guys can see it, but look at this thumbnail. Look at this fucking thumbnail up in the top, like, upper right-hand corner. Look at that bullshit. I want to watch this video. I've clipped this thumbnail and I've sent it to everybody, but I haven't actually watched the video. We're gonna rectify that problem now. It's a 30-minute video, so let's have a look. The video author is Fake Alias, it looks like. You want to check out his YouTube channel. Let's have a look. Why is the title of this video is Silent Hill's hard mode is a literal nightmare. So let's see what it's like.
Silent Hill. It's easy, they said. Next to Resident Evil, it's a cakewalk. Melee weapons are good. No inventory management needed, and you can save as much as you want. Playing on normal mode, it's pretty simple. Not putting too much thought into it, I figured hard mode will balance the scales out, giving me a challenge I can ultimately handle. But instead, it went something like this.
Let's fly to the beginning of Victory Road. Let's go fight stuff in the grass.
The unforgiving nature of Silent Hill's hard mode feels like the game was structured in a way to play out as if things were realistic. That being that you would die to nearly everything. It really was a new experience for the game that was both frustrating and terrifying. Normally running in the darkness of Silent Hill isn't so bad.
I'll give my thoughts on this, because I've beaten Silent Hill 1 on hard mode multiple times, so I'll actually be coming from a place of experience, but we'll see what he has to say first.
The monsters in the distance were still scary, but more
I need to stop
set
distracting
piece.
myself
But
and actually
now,
grind.
on hard mode, every encounter freaks me out because I don't know if I have enough health items to deal with this. Survival horror games tend to have an issue of building up the player as time goes on, getting stronger weapons while hoarding health items for an imminent threat that never comes, making everything after the first couple hours feel easier as time passes. But Silent Hill on hard mode, that imminent threat you stockpile for is every area. Except, in this case, you don't get that normal stockpile. As for the few times I felt like I had some reprieve from getting a stockpile going,
Yes, the
it
big
was
brain
pulled out from
fox
under me
smarts,
yet
let's
again.
go.
It felt like trying to save money, but dumb shit keeps happening. When starting up the game, I loaded up a previously finished file. This bumps up the difficulty from normal to hard mode and gives us a few more things. To keep the hard mode run authentic, I decided to forego the ammo multiplier that was available for next sphere mode. Additionally, this gives us access to the gas tank and rock drill, a strong melee weapon only available on next sphere mode. And lastly, continuing from a previously beaten save file skips the dream sequence,
hey,
so that's one
Ponyta.
less death we have to suffer through. Before getting into the
think I've
run,
seen
I
a
do want to note
Ponyta
that the
yet.
last time I played this game all the way through was about 5 years ago, so my memory of where things are and how to solve things isn't exactly the best. If I were to use something like a walkthrough, I'm sure this entire experience wouldn't be as difficult as it actually ended up being. However, the lack of knowledge of where things are and where to explore is really what made this experience so much more difficult than it really needed to be. So while this isn't a true blind experience, for the sake of the challenge and the gameplay, it may as well have been. Once in game, we crash our car, get a gun from a cop named Sybil, a map, a knife, and a few health drinks. We try to leave the diner before an air screamer bursts in while I fumble around with the controls before dying. I swear, I don't suck at these games. Second go around, we get a flawless win against the giant bird before venturing outside. Wandering around the foggy town, we find a note from our daughter Cheryl pointing us to the school. To get there, we search around town for 3 keys that unlocks a back door to an unassuming house. All the while doing this, we run into plenty of air screamers and dogs that we mostly try to dodge to save ammo. There are times where clearing out an area is done to safely search for resources. This pattern quickly
It
devolves
is a
into
weak
game
runner
of
immediately
execution
after
and
birth.
resource
It gradually
management,
becomes
where we need
faster
to
by
weigh some
chasing after its
options.
parents.
For example, when running through the tight corridor to retrieve the pipe in Cheryl's note, I have to decide whether it's worth using the ammo on this dog or try to run by it. It's very possible to run past it and get what I need and leave
Hello,
without
this is
using any
Professor Oak.
resources, but we
You're
end up
catching
needing
lots
to
of
use the health
Pokemon,
bar
aren't
during
you?
the extraction
Click.
without fighting
Oh,
it.
okay.
Had I used the gun,
Thanks,
I would
I
have
guess.
used roughly 5 bullets, but would still risk getting hit, but would ultimately
little
be
creepy.
safer and probably save me some health.
Why are you
items.
keeping track of my
I quickly realized
Pokemon,
that
Professor
unlike
Oak? What's going on
zombies in
here?
Resident Evil, these micro choices were not as simple as choosing to conserve health or ammo, but have smaller margins of error due to the faster enemies and a heavier reliance on melee weapons. Dodging the air screamers altogether seemed like my best bet, as getting a shot in was a lot harder than it looks. The only issue is that they fly faster than Harry can run. Since these air screamers take us out in about 4 hits from full health, we needed to learn how to dodge incoming attacks, and fast. I found the best way of doing this is to wait until the air screamer is about to catch up and then juke it by stopping in your tracks. This causes the bird to overshoot and flies off into the distance. Dogs were less of a hassle since we can outrun them more reliably, only picking a fight with them in areas that require some exploring. While it's possible to save ammo using the pipe, I didn't even bother trying since it's a few handgun bullets that were less valuable to me than health drinks. While we didn't die a single time after the cafe to getting to the dark side of Silent Hill, I did reset once after saving due to some wasted resources, so I'm counting that as a death. Overall, the first section wasn't too bad, but that all changed once we made our way to the school where we got a rude awakening. Running through the town in the dark felt a lot scarier than normal as the dogs and air screamers continued their relentless pursuit. With a limited amount of resources on hand, the stress of managing survival in this hellhole continues to weigh on me more than any survival horror experience to date. This tension is one that continues to build and linger throughout the entire playthrough, with the trip to the school being my first real taste of what was in store for me. Once in the school, we start scavenging for resources, grab the map, and save our progress. The first few encounters with the Grey Children aren't too bad as we blow through a few waves with our handgun and finish the job with the pipe, using only 1 first aid kit to heal. Realizing just how many enemies there were in the hallways, I overestimated my ability to fight them with the pipe to conserve ammo. This led to a really quick death from one of these butt munchers.
No, help! He bit my cheeks!
From here, I considered using the pipe when faced with only 1 to 2 grade children at a time.
Hey, I gotta play the Silent Hill PC decompilation.
Not more
so I'm gonna have to deal with the little butt muncher soon, too.
The pipe takes forever to take these kids down, and trading damage would be a losing battle, even when trying to time attacks and dodging. A mix of melee and ranged attacks needed to be implemented to get through multiple hallways. 4 deaths would take place before getting 1 full lap around the school's first floor and courtyard, where I saved my progress. During this time, a hard lesson was learned: kick these gray children down after they fall over before they get back up, which keeps the fight under control.
Oh,
At this
Sand
point,
Slash.
I'm feeling
That's rare.
comfortable using the pipe in one-on-one fights, keeping them just out of reach with the pipe's long range and force. Running through some of the classrooms, we make a point to not fight these creatures, and instead do our best to die.
A new update came out for the decomp. Is it actually, like, ready? Because the last time I checked, it was like 99% ready. It was very, very close, but not quite.
Dodge while collecting whatever resources and key items we can find. This is because the classrooms really don't need to be re-entered after grabbing whatever items we find in there. This is a general practice that we continue to maintain throughout the rest of the playthrough and other sections of the game. Even in rooms that have a lot of enemies, this isn't as hard as it sounds since we have a much wider space to navigate with a grid of deaths that we can use as cover. The balance of resources is easier to manage.
You can now progress fully past the intro up until the air screamer attack. Gotcha.
The second floor didn't give us much of a problem using this balanced approach.
To be fair, the emulation on DuckStation is very good for Silent Hill 1. The only problem that I found is that the game will glitch out after the church cutscene with Dahlia. So you have to skip the church cutscene or else the game will glitch out and you can't play anymore. Other than that, it works great.
That is until we start running a bit low on resources. By the time this floor is half explored, we're sitting on only 9 bullets after clearing the east wing. Even when we recoup some ammo in a nearby classroom, most of those bullets are quickly spent in the north hall while we're still taking a few hits from enemies. Continuing to run around the school, getting 2 medals for the clock tower and turning on the power, we enter into the other world with 29 bullets, 2 health drinks, and 1 medkit. With enemies and items restocked in the other world, I simply have to repeat this process of clearing out the hallways and looting the classrooms. Despite having a better grasp on fighting the Grey Children, the pattern of fighting the enemies that were needed and collecting resources was running at a deficit. While trying to conserve some ammo, we get caught by some Grey Children in a narrow pathway and die yet again. While exploring, we get the shotgun suspiciously found in the boys' bathroom. This will be a major boost in firepower moving forward. Between that and having better resource management...
What, isn't a boy allowed to like his shotgun? Come on now. Let's not be unfair.
However, we are lacking in health items. At one point, we had almost 100 handgun bullets, 12 shotgun shots, but only 1 med kit. Considering our position of having a lot more handgun ammo and fewer health items, the switch to using the handgun over the pipe for almost every situation moving forward made a lot of sense. Despite switching to being more liberal with my ammo usage, it's not long before we're left with no healing items after a quick firefight. Pushing forward, ammo is depleting quickly, proving to me that there is no such thing as a surplus of ammo. Not only that, but we're only half health now with nothing to heal with. The rest of the school's otherworld continues down its trajectory, with almost every health item picked up being used immediately or within a few minutes of being found, while handgun ammo slowly depletes faster than it appears. Finishing up the last puzzle that leads down to the boiler room, we're entering the game's first boss fight split head with all of our shotgun ammo, 44 handgun bullets, and 1 ampule. The trick with split head is unloading shots into its mouth when it goes for its one-hit kill move that eats Harry whole. The issue that arises is trying to properly position to maximize shotgun effectiveness at close range while staying far away enough to not get eaten. With the room being relatively small, it's easy to back yourself into a corner, in which case a game over is almost guaranteed.
Yeah, the split head fight on hard mode is actually kind of hard. Unlike most games where they just jack up the attack strength or hit points, in Silent Hill they actually give the they make the monsters faster, and they also give the monsters different AI patterns on hard. So it's pretty cool. It's basically like playing a new game. That's probably why they force you to play New Fear on hard instead of letting you keep playing it on normal.
even without the insta-kill, Splithead's lunge attack does a hefty amount of damage while we're sitting on only one health item. By my 4th attempt, I figured the best way to deal with the creature is to unload the shotgun when it's close and handgun from afar, mostly waiting for its mouth to open. I had to ditch the idea of squeezing out the maximum amount of damage per shot just to get by. 13 handgun bullets, 19 shotgun shots, and 1 health item later, Splithead is defeated. A ghost girl appears and leaves before we head to the town's church, where we hardly have any resources left to our name. Headed back into town, the sun is back up as we scavenge for whatever resources we can find while avoiding dogs and air screamers on our way to the church. Nearly every side street and back alleyway held the possibility of items, enemies, or both. This mixed with our lack of resources created a weird risk-reward scenario for exploration. Thankfully, by the time we got to the house that initially required the 3 keys that we collected, we found 3 containers of handgun ammo and 2 health drinks on the way, with 2 bullet lots being in the house itself. Roaming around the town itself isn't so bad as there
so much for
aren't
the
as many
hydrate,
enemies
Tom.
as I thought there would be. However, we did need to expend some ammo and the 2 health drinks that we found along the way while fighting some air screamers that were pursuing us before reaching the church. So from getting to the school to the church, we ended up on ammo and neutral on health items. Entering the building, we meet Dahlia for the first time while she spouts about gyromancy and the Flaros before instructing us to head to the hospital. On the way there, we find more enemies along the way, balanced out by more resources scattered about, mainly in the form of bullets. Considering our ammo supply
I have lemonade to drink today, it's quite tasty.
Going on the offense becomes more and more of a necessity. As mentioned earlier, the file being played on is next fear mode with no ammo multiplier, which gives us the benefit of the gasoline and rock drill that we picked up along the way. The rock drill will be extremely useful later on in the hospital, but against the dogs and air screamers that we're currently facing, this does nothing to help the cause. We lower the bridge that opens up another section of Silent Hill where we're introduced to the Rompers, a strong enemy that can pin Harry down. Nearby is the police station loaded with ammo and some extra content about the game's hidden story that's needed to piece together the truth. Stepping back outside, and we're dead. We're dead. Again. From this point forward, the outside area just became far more dangerous due to the inclusion of the Rompers roaming around. We search the streets of Silent Hill up and down,
Amateur
gathering
mistake.
every item that we can find while avoiding fights whenever possible. Upon reaching the hospital gates, we get ambushed by some dogs and take them out. With the help of the police station and being thorough throughout the town, we're entering the hospital with 144 handgun bullets, 29 shotgun shells, and 2 health drinks. While it may feel like we're packing some serious firepower, just remember how much of that swiftly depleted in the school in a matter of minutes. Once in the hospital, we have an awkward exchange with Dr. Kaufman and go our separate ways. At first, the hospital is nice and peaceful, as we loot it for all it's worth, including medkits, a map, keys, and this mysterious red liquid that we can use near the end of the game to skip one of the harder boss fights. Once we board the elevator and check floors 2 and 3, we realize that they're both inaccessible. Oh well, back to the first floor. Well, I guess we're visiting this mysterious 4th floor that also means death in Japanese. What could possibly go wrong? And now we're in the other world again. One of the first rooms that we walk into has a nurse charging at us, causing some serious damage. The nurses and doctors are a lot easier to handle than the gray children in the school now that we have the shotgun and more melee weapons. The nurses in the hallways aren't an issue, since we have plenty of room to shoot them from afar and prepare for close-range combat. It's actually the cramped rooms that we visit in the hallways that are the actual problem. In a lot of areas like this, it's not worth running past the enemies to try and get what you need, but fighting head-on still risks taking some damage. With this in mind, I decided to use my ammo surplus to conserve whatever health items I could, mostly the handgun. A few clips later, I remember how fast ammo runs dry and switched to the rock drill to give it a try. With this being New Game Plus, I never actually tried this unlockable, and this thing is OP as fuck. Basically a one-hit kill on the nurses. Despite the revelation, I still felt safer using the handgun, but would still use the rock drill as the primary melee weapon for now, which in hindsight is safer than the handgun most of the time in one-on-one encounters. The few times the drill couldn't save me is when I got pincered by 2 or more enemies. The shotgun was saved as an emergency lever I'd use whenever the nurses made contact with me. 1 to 2 shots is enough to shake off the real threat and mitigate any more incoming damage. Despite being stuck in some sticky situations, the hospital isn't so bad with the extra arsenal that we have, as well as enemies being in packs of 1 to 2 versus the school being 2 to 3. Not only that, but single enemies in the hospital with some open space were free melee kills with almost no risk of taking damage. Silent Hill may not have a complex combat system, but small slips in execution can be quite
The
punishing.
double defense
After
lowering.
running laps around the building, we have 4 pieces needed to unlock
What is
this
this
puzzle door
RNG?
that grants us access to the east wing and the basement key. We burn a plant, fight some nurses, get the examination room key, and watch a creepy video. In the examination room, we run into a side character, Lisa Garland, before a headache brings us back to our world where Dahlia is lecturing us. This part of the hospital was definitely the easiest part of the game thus far, clearing it without a single death. It was at this point I thought to myself, I think
Sup?
I'm over the
This is
difficulty
Huey.
hump.
How are
The
ya?
rest of the game shouldn't be that
Hey,
bad.
I challenge you to a battle. It won't be like last time. Lighthouse is where I'm waiting for you. Hustle on over here, pronto.
I felt like I was
Hey,
in a
let's
better
go. We got a
spot than I
trainer
was in
rematch.
Resident Evil Remake
Maybe
on
we can
hard
get some
mode
extra
around the
EXP
halfway
for
mark
Newt Newt.
and finish that game without dying again. So this should be the same, right? Right? Back into the town, it doesn't take too long for one of these rompers to tackle us down to the ground while running from a dog. We also get pecked by an air screamer before going down a narrow set of stairs on an off street, putting us down 1 health drink from the sprint across town. We meet back up with Sybil and tell her about Dahlia, who casually says,
Must be on drugs.
Going into the hole in the wall, we get an act that we won't be using
Must be
because,
on
well,
drugs.
the rock drill exists, so yeah. We then get sent back to the hospital where we find Lisa. Lisa tells us about how crazy Dahlia is,
Must be on drugs.
and about the town being devoured by darkness. Harry then gets transported back to the other world in a tiny shop to find it's nighttime again outside. Dogs, air screamers, and rompers are running mad in the pitch black neighborhood. The tension is palpable, running into dead ends with a mob of monsters on my heels. Despite the last section being pretty easy, the realistic nature of my hard save resources being drained in an instant was now in my mind.
I thought I didn't like
We
Silent
managed
Hill
to find a
1.
door that leads inside of a mall made of metal.
What do you mean, Soso? Silent Hill 1 is my favorite Silent Hill. It's the best one in the series, at least in my opinion.
Fences. We see Cheryl crying out for help on the TVs before falling through the floor. Down here is the next boss fight, a giant bug monster. There's also a rifle in the area.
Alright, where's
the last
this guy?
firearm that
I'm
we'll
assuming
get
it's
in
one of the
game, but
sailors.
We won't be using it
Oh,
during
hey,
the
it's
fight.
him.
Instead, opting for the
Hey,
shotgun.
you're back.
The fight
Just
is
in time
pretty
for me to
easy once
show
you have a
off.
basic feel for the larva's movement, but most of the fight we're having to trade blows. I would get sideswiped, shoot it a few times.
Show me
and
what you got, Huey.
1 handgun bullet and 8 shotgun shells later, and we take it down. But there were a
Level
decent amount of
34
wasted
Poliwhirl.
pot shots
Not too bad.
mixed in, plus using 1 medkit. Outside once again, we're running blind with horrifying creatures surrounding us. For the next stretch of gameplay, Silent Hill may as well be a horror driving game, because steering Harry without stopping is quite stressful. In a panic, we go up this fire escape while getting pecked at, only to find out I wasn't even supposed to go up here yet. With the tight corners, we end up sustaining enough damage to blow through another ampule. Realizing we need to revisit the hospital, we correct course while getting hit 3 times along the way. Harry meets back up with Lisa, asking how to get to the lake. Lisa tells us about a sewer route that leads to the lake, which is our next destination.
Let's go,
But
flinch.
First, we have to finish off that larva.
I didn't even know air
Now
slash could
transformed into a
do
moth,
flinch,
this
but you know
boss
what?
is an
I'm not
absolute
complaining.
Bullet sponge, and quite frankly, the simplest boss so far. All I had to do was pump 40 handgun bullets and 11 shotgun shells into it while tanking the occasional hit. I feel like this type of fight is more of a resource check rather than a skill check like the first 2 bosses were in comparison. With the
God,
moth
Newt
dead,
Newt's so
the
fucking
sun
shit.
comes back
Why
up
are
with
his
a sense of
stats so
relief coming
bad?
over me. That is until I realize I only have 2
Is
health
Noctowl's
drinks, 1
stat
med
totals
kit,
really that fucking
27
bad?
handgun bullets, 4 shotgun shells, and 6 rifle bullets. Now I'm feeling very vulnerable going into the sewers.
The answer is probably
going in
yes.
With the mindset of saving ammo, I proceeded to die 3 times to the first few enemies trying to use the rock drill, axe, and hammer. They all failed me. Shifting gears, the strategy was to run past the enemies,
What is your
guns,
base stat
and only
total,
fighting in tight
Noctowl?
spaces. Doing so allowed me to get a small restock of all the
Base
ammo
stat
types,
total
plus a
is
health drink, all for the
452,
cost
which
of
you think
half a
would be
clip of handgun
decent,
bullets.
but
It's
it
also
doesn't
good to
feel
point out
decent.
that the radio does not work down here, meaning we no longer have a sound cue to alert us of enemies. While this wasn't much of an issue, it did increase the pace that I tried to
Man,
stab
you're
into
tough as ever.
resources, just in case something was trying to
I
ambush me
battled
that
you
I didn't know
over and
about.
over, but Rinny, I haven't won
Venturing
once.
further in wasn't too bad with
I
the
bought
ebb
a ton
and
of
flow
items to
resources
toughen
being
up my
found and
Pokemon,
used
but no
and used and
avail.
found. But funny
Items
enough,
alone
the
aren't the
real threat
answer.
came
I
from
wonder
these
what
little
that
larva
must be.
creatures. Instinct says
I
to
wonder
run by them,
that must
but they
be
do a decent
what it
amount of
is.
damage in numbers.
Here, take this, Rinny.
So,
I won't
that
be
one
needing it
handgun
anymore.
bullet per larva started
You
making
protein.
sense. In fact,
We
the
can give that
larva
to
were
our
responsible
Gyarados.
for more of our health items being consumed than the frog creatures, if you can believe that. Before
Protein is
leaving the
attack,
sewers,
I think.
However, we grabbed the key to the way out, triggering a bunch of frog monsters to chase us down. The swarm is outrun, but was still responsible for the use of a health kit.
Yeah, attack stat.
I hope you know what you've done.
Give Gyarados some extra attack effort
Back
values.
on the surface, it's dark yet again, with the town being nice enough to give us a small restock on resources before we're getting bombarded by the usual suspects.
Give
We run
Newt
into
a
a nearby bar
King's
save
Rock and he
Kaufman,
might actually
the
stand
guy
a
at the
chance. I
hospital
mean,
that shot
maybe.
at us. We shoot the
The
romper
thing
that's
about
been robbing
Noctowls,
him
he's
before
also
he
pretty
leaves yet
slow,
again.
so
By saving Kaufman, we can now get
the
the good
flinch
ending,
rolling
we
only
snoop
works
around
if you
his
can
hotel
outspeed
room
your
for a bit,
opponent.
which we plan on doing. In the bar are 2 health drinks and some stuff Kaufman dropped, including a key and a receipt with a code on it. Before being able to use the code, however, we get taken out by a swarm of rompers and dogs. Running it back, we unlock the keypad and find some items and another 4-digit code. Stepping back outside led to being chain tackled over and over by the same damn romper. And even when I thought I got away, another one flanks me from off screen to another game over. The mix of enemy aggression and poor visibility proved to be quite the challenge on the way to Kaufman's hotel. Along the way, some precious health items had to get expensed, along with a few rifle bullets to clear a path from some air screamers circling about. Searching around the hotel, we find a few resources scattered about, and a key in the floor that we use by getting a magnet we find using the code from the other room. The key is used to unlock the compartment in Kaufman's motorcycle that also has a health drink and some shotgun shells nearby. Inside the motorcycle is a vial of some red substance that looks a lot like the substance we took from the hospital. Kaufman comes in and tells us to mind our own business before taking the vial and storming off. Once again, this section with Kaufman is basically a side quest that unlocks the true ending. We could have just kept running through the dark town to the lighthouse, but I prefer to get the full experience when I play through Silent Hill. Now on the way to the lighthouse, the town turns
if you
to
don't
the
fight
other
the
world
Incubus,
yet
what are you
again, with
doing?
The glory of the town's grotesque
The Incubus is such a
monsters
cooler
ready to pounce if I make a
last
single
boss than the
mistake while driving
Incubator.
Harry around. Getting close to the lighthouse, we see Sybil yet again, as well as Dahlia. She claims we're all gonna die unless we stop some demon taking the form of a child at the lighthouse and the amusement park before everyone goes their separate ways yet again. We collect whatever supplies are on this boat and head back out. We're met with some more winding narrow path that requires some tight controls to keep Harry from bumping into walls. After a few health drinks and a round of rifle bullets, we get to the lighthouse successfully, dodging most of the enemies. Running awkwardly up the stairs, the ghost of Alessa vanishes. Now, headed back to the amusement park, we play it safe on the way out, expending some more rifle ammo outside the lighthouse. Feeling okay with our current standing, we get snagged onto a fenced door, where a dog and air screamer manages to kill me pretty quickly while fighting back with the shotgun. Despite some of the movement looking pretty easy, I assure you that simply maneuvering while trying to reorient yourself can be quite the challenge. Couple that with the added difficulties of hard mode, and one miscalculated move can get you killed if you're not careful. Granted,
yeah, people bitch about Resident Evil's tank controls a lot. Like, I guarantee you, if you talk to a random person and ask them about tank controls, like 9 out of 10 people will say Resident Evil, but Silent Hill's controls are, they take some getting used to. The Resident Evil protagonists control like a dream by comparison. Harold controls like a fucking boat. Like a boat sliding all over concrete that's been lubricated with margarine. He's a big fat bastard, but I guess that's why we like him.
I could have healed but got too greedy at orange health, and punished I was because I didn't save in the lighthouse or the boat on the way back, so I have to run through all this nonsense yet again. So PSA, remember to save your game, folks. This time around, I decided to fight through most of the enemies to mitigate the use of any health items, except that resulted in me blowing through even more health than the first time. After getting close to the lighthouse and reassessing my inventory, I fed myself to the dogs to try yet again, since I know I can do far better.
I fed myself to the dogs.
The third time around was a mix of fight and flight that wasn't as clean as the first, but we did manage to get through the gate this time without getting caught on it. Down in the sewers, it took about 1 whole minute before getting 3-shot by some sewer monster, proving why using the rifle in a corner is a stupid idea, but it's what I have ammo for. Trying to fight from a distance seems to work the second go-around, but enough swipes from the ceiling grants us another game over. You might be wondering why we're not just healing, but that's because we only have 2 health drinks going into the sewers. After entertaining the first monster, we decide to charge through with little hesitation, but costs us the opportunity to search the corners of the sewer for any needed resources. Now down to a single health drink, we take down a few brave children with the handgun without hesitation to ensure we take no damage. On the merry-go-round, we face a possessed Sybil that tries to kill us, but luckily we can use the strange liquid we got from the hospital on her to avoid the boss fight altogether. This trick also tacks on the plus to the ending, now locking us in for the good plus ending. We learn about Cheryl being adopted, then hit Alessa with a beam of light from the Pharos. At this moment, Dahlia comes out from the shadows to reveal that she's been the villain this whole time.
The only two shinies I found that haven't been the Gyarados that you are guaranteed is the was a shiny Onyx and Diamond and a shiny Diglett and Fire Red. And they were both in fucking Victory Road, I'm pretty sure.
We've entered the last
I know the Diglett was in Victory Road, I don't know about the Onyx. I think the Onyx was in Victory Road too.
Version of the hospital, it's actually
fucking cave Pokemon
from previous locations like the antique shop and the classrooms. The worst part about this, however, is having no map and needing to memorize the layout.
You get a shiny, but it's a cave Pokemon.
Ew, stinky! A room you didn't mean to revisit. While this doesn't sound like an issue, it makes keeping track of enemies quite tricky. It's for this reason that I thought clearing every single room would be necessary, considering the ammo heavily outweighs our single health drink that we came in here with. The first few areas were pretty uneventful, with only a few nurses spread about while collecting some key items. Further in, we find Lisa, who's discovered that she's actually just like them. The monsters. After closing the door on her, she disappears, never to be seen again. Except for a brief moment at the end, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. Some more key collecting
She's gone forever.
Nurses continues without a hitch, until we run into a small room where 3 nurses charge at me. The trusty shotgun did the trick, but I quickly realized I didn't even need to come into this room because I already got the key item that it had. Like I said, without the map, this section can really turn you around. Making our way down to the basement once again, we run into a curveball that's going to be the bane of our existence for the rest of the playthrough. The Shadow Children.
I kind of want this, but it's physical, so I don't know.
Earlier in the game, but they were completely harmless.
I'm not super sold on this. I mean, Newt has bad physical attack.
To get to the next room proved to be challenging, with them draining health items left and right. Even using whatever ammo I had,
if it was psychic, I would get rid of Reflect, but Zen Headbutt's a physical move.
We did save in a room that needs 5 keys to proceed, to which we only had 2 at the time.
To give you an idea of how bad his physical attack is.
This door will lead to the final boss. Thinking about the situation I was in, I opted to use a previous
43
save,
physical attack. That is massively stinky.
Portion of the dungeon again. Despite my annoyance, this was for the best, since being at red health with no health items near the end of the game, crawling around this insanity.
To give you an idea, even our Gengar has higher physical attack than that.
Another 10
That's
minutes
pathetic.
Of running, gunning, and drilling, and we're back.
Even our
Alakazam
has a higher physical attack than that. What the fuck?
Here we use the last of the shotgun ammo, and to note,
it's wild. Even Alakazam has a higher physical attack than Knocked Out.
The stress is building because these Shadow Children are all over the place and not much ammo or health to work with. We save our progress again in the basement, as we're at a point where we need multiple options to reload in case things go south again. We turn the power generator on in the basement to reveal the last key that we need. However, now the Shadow Kids are in all the hallways where the nurses used to
built
be.
different.
Traversing this
maze
filled with Shadow Kids proved to be quite taxing.
He's been lifting since he was in Abra.
It takes a lot of ammo to take out just a single one. It's like fighting the Grey Children in the school, but a lot tankier. We make it back down to the save room in the basement once again, with nothing but 13 rifle rounds, orange health, and nothing else. A separate save file was made just in case it was not the most optimal position to be in at the endgame. Now with all the items to open up the door, we get some ghostly flashback before heading into the final boss fight. I wonder how this is going to play out. We have one last confrontation with Dahlia, with Sybil and Kaufman and company since we managed to save them both. Alessa/Cheryl turns into a godlike being before Kaufman shoots Dahlia and hits the god with the red liquid from the motorcycle. This causes the cult's god to come out, who immediately lights Dahlia on fire. Quite fitting for a demonic god from a cult. Not knowing what to expect, we start unloading rifle shots until we
Dahlia's
get the Dahlia
so unlikable, even
instantly.
Incubus doesn't want to hang out with her.
2 more attempts were given with the strategy of unload a full clip and try to dodge the lightning, only to be struck no matter what. This was a clear indication that my 13 rifle bullets and half a health bar were not going to cut it.
Oh yeah, trying to do this, I think the videos, or the playthrough is almost done, but, yeah, video's almost done. But yeah, trying to do that fight with, like, 1 health drink is a fucking nightmare. I'm gonna give my full detailed critique and analysis at the end, but yeah, if he only has 1 health drink for that fight, he's kind of, fucked.
Reload
Once he gets really good RNG.
Still has some health items and a bit more ammo in hopes of getting to this point in a better state. Heading back upstairs, we try the first strategy by using the rifle ammo to fight. Despite blasting away the whole time, it's nearly impossible to clear all the Shadow Kids without getting grabbed when each one of them takes 2 to 3 shots to put down. running back to challenge the boss, or strolling in with 27 handgun bullets, 1 rifle shot, 1 health drink, and 1 medkit. We're also at green health, but not full health because of this asswipe. That little bit of health missing is likely why we still die in 1 hit. To fix this, we have to use the 1 health drink that we have immediately so we can tank at least 1 hit without dying.
Yeah, he has no sips left.
It'll
He's
take
sipless.
3 hits in
He's
total to take
sipless.
us out if we're able to heal properly. The strategy is
He has
still
no
to
health
unload
drinks.
with a little bit of dodging,
He's
since stopping
soft-locked
for
on
anything
Incubus.
feels like a death sentence. After 7 tries, we reload the previous save because I don't think we have enough firepower to win. We've deduced that we at least want to be at full health with 1 medkit in order to give ourselves a fighting chance, but just need more ammo to get the job done. Multiple runs were attempted, with some having us dying before we even get to the boss fight, and others having a lackluster resource count heading back downstairs. My best bet was using the rock drill to fight through the Shadow Kids. However, this thing wasn't a 1-hit kill on them. Creating a safe path felt like a weird minigame of keeping the swarm at bay. One moment it feels like you're getting through no problem. You create a rhythm that functions like clockwork. Then you get robbed because of some variance or mistiming that you've screwed up. Even if you can rhythm your way through one bunch of them, the hull respawns, meaning you have to do it perfectly multiple times to get through. Between this strat and using the handgun, we managed to get back with the key and a near full health bar, 1 health drink, 1 medkit, and 14 rifle shots. At this point, this might be as good as it gets. A few more attempts on the boss and we managed to survive long enough to empty the clip, but now we don't have anything to fight back with. Due to the boss being able to fly, melee does not work here. It's at this point we have to try another option. You see, the developers realized this would be a terrible end for those who got this far without enough ammo to fight the boss. A failsafe was coded in so the boss would automatically die after a few minutes if you have no ammo in your inventory. From here, I decided I have to cheese this fight using the failsafe method, after learning that even if I make contact with all 14 rifle shots, it's unlikely that it would even be enough. We reload the last save and have us shoot our way through the Shadow Kids in order to have a full health bar and 2 health drinks when we get back. Since the timer for the failsafe starts after the game sees no ammo in your inventory, we proceed to empty whatever we have left in our arsenal. Once in the fight, we initiate Operation Run in a Circle. As simple as this may look, it's really stressful after the first minute or so and really easy to get in your own head. Holding the D-pad and square button in a diagonal shape starts to irritate my thumb, with sweat starting to build up. The experience was like a physical and mental battle to stay calm and endure, but about 3 minutes in, my fingers slip before getting bombarded with lightning to death. The second try sees us doing the same, but randomly getting hit despite not changing our movement. Our 2 health drinks are used as
Yeah,
backup,
dodging the
but not
lightning in this
knowing
fight
when we
feels
might
like
get
complete
nicked again makes
RNG.
my
I know
heart
what he's
sink.
talking
I
about.
didn't
Sometimes
know
you
if
can
this
run
would be the
past it and
attempt to do
sometimes you
it.
can't.
And if not, how many
I don't know
runs
if there's
like
a
this
trick
would
to
it
it.
take? A slip of the finger like last time hindered Harry's running, but we were able to reorient ourselves before getting hit again. A little over 5 minutes of pure stress and running in circles, and the boss just dies. As anticlimactic as I may have felt at the time, I was still relieved that we did it. As the ending plays and Harry leaves the town with Sybil, a sense of relief overcame me. As I reflect on my time with Silent Hill's hard mode, a strange mix of emotions overwhelmed me. One part of me never wanted to play this game ever again, yet another side of me screamed, "You can do better!" After all, I only got 3 out of 10 stars on the end screen and beat the boss using the failsafe method. While I did decide to put the game down for now, I know that one day, I'll come back and beat Incubus the real way. Final boss aside, the context of this entire experience with Silent Hill was completely recontextualized for me. Venturing out into the dark, foggy town held some serious weight with real consequences. The last time I played this game on normal mode, I only died twice. Once to the refrigerator puzzle, and the second to the Incubus, who still hits like a truck on normal mode. Despite the game still holding a sense of horror and dread on normal mode, it only reaches so far since any mistakes were easily rectified by an abundance of medkits and health drinks. On hard mode though, the intense atmosphere now had a presence that made me feel vulnerable at every turn, with a slim inventory as a reminder of how I should fear every encounter. Would I recommend people play Silent Hill 1 on hard mode? Yeah, but with a caveat that you not only finish the game on normal first, but you also need to be ready to struggle. Hey everyone, thank you all for making it to the end. I'm currently beating all the Resident Evil Remake games on hard mode and plan on making a video on that, so be sure to subscribe if you don't want to miss it. I've been your host Fake Alias, and I'll see you in the next video.
What the fuck?
Well, there you go. So, okay, my critique my critique of his playthrough. So he didn't. I was listening carefully, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. It's possible I missed something because I was grinding, but I did not hear him bring up at all the fact that you could turn off the flashlight, and if you turn off the flashlight, you can avoid like 90% of the fights in that game. So, school, turn off the flashlight while you go from room to room. The gray kids won't bother you. Save a bunch of ammo, save a bunch of health drinks. Hospital, the emergency hammer thingy that you get is extremely fucking overpowered and can dumpster basically every enemy in the game. The hardest part is the sewer with the mantis creatures, the scratchers. They can easily stun lock you in a corner and fucking kill you before you can even raise your gun to fight back. So that's definitely the hardest part of the game, and where you should probably use the rifle at a distance, because the shotgun is the power weapon. The rifle is decent, but it's not as good as the shotgun. So that's my analysis. If he would have used the hammer more in the hospital and turned off his light in the elementary school, he would have had a much easier time. What did you miss? You got cake. We finished watching the Silent Hill hard mode, and I was giving a critique of the guy's gameplay. Basically, he needed to turn the light off when he was playing in the school to save health and ammo. And also use the hammer more in the hospital, because the hammer is super fucking overpowered. I've also probably watched like 100 hours of Silent Hill speedruns, so I'm a little biased on the knowledge front. I know more about the game than most people do. Alright, let's see. So we don't have any more sloppa in the queue, so we can go back to watching softlock videos. You got an Oreo cake? Dude, that sounds good, actually. I'm jealous.
Hello internet users, and welcome back to another video. Over the years, I've taken a look at plenty of game-ending situations that can be done in the Pokemon games. Many of these are so incredibly obnoxious to deal with that they'll pretty much force any player.
We're almost done grinding, guys, I swear. We almost have the privilege of fighting the Johto Elite Four. I hope you guys have enjoyed the sloppa at least. The sloppa and the good conversation and party-like atmosphere.
For a while now, I've been wondering if I could create a situation that's even more deviously cruel than that. What if there was a save file so ruined
I'd share it with you because you're a cutie, senpai.
Menu. It took me a bit of time to put
You'd
this
share
together,
your cake with
but for
me?
this video, I want to show all of you one of the worst battles
that is so
can be made
nice.
possible in the Generation 1 games. Getting right into it, let's start by explaining.
Can't believe
an
Senpai will
important
share his
exploit
cake with me.
that will be relevant in this video. If you are even a little bit familiar with the Generation 1 glitches, then you're likely aware about the ones that can be done using long-range trainers. There are a handful of trainers in the game who have the eyesight to see you as soon as their sprites load into the edge of the screen. Although it doesn't seem like much, that slight delay between them loading in and spotting you gives you just enough time to open the start menu if you're quick enough. From there, it's possible to use a field move, such as fly or teleport, to leave the area as the trainer spots you. This puts the game in a confused state, and by using this, many Pokemon fans have discovered ways to manipulate the game into loading a specific Pokemon battle. Because this is one of the only realistic ways of obtaining the Pokemon Mew, this is often referred to as the Mew glitch. There are plenty of videos out there that can further explain this glitch in depth, but I only bring this up.
I remember I did that glitch for one of my friends once in high school, and he looked at me like I was a fucking wizard. What? What did you do? It's a very nice parlor trick. If you ever have an old Game Boy laying around and somebody who cares about Pokemon, it's a very easy way to amuse somebody.
Because the first part of it is what we'll be using for this video. While warping away from long-range trainers has some glitchy effects, the only thing that matters to us right now is the fact that we can open the menu on a tile where a trainer can spot us. Have you ever stopped to wonder what would happen if you were to save the game during this exact moment? As expected, when the save finishes, the menu closes and the trainer will spot you, initiating a battle like normal. If you were to reset the game now, the next time you hit continue on the title screen, the same thing will occur. There is no opportunity to open the menu or move away. The instant you load in, you'll be locked by the trainer's gaze and then be forced to battle them. At first you might think that this isn't a big deal. Who cares? It's just a trainer battle. You win, the game continues as normal, or if you lose, you get sent back to the last visited center. Under most circumstances, you would be right. But with what I've got planned, this battle is going to become a lot more than just a few minutes of inconvenience. So with those explanations out of the way, let me show you all how to use one of these trainers to set up one of the most evil save files I've ever come up with. The first thing you'll need is a Gen 1 game that has a level 100 Gengar and a specific long-range trainer who can still be battled. The one I'll be using for this video is this youngster in the middle of Route 11. You'll understand why in a bit. Next, we'll need to make the Gengar frozen. There aren't many trainers in the game that can inflict this status on the player, but there is a way to do this against a wild Ditto. First, have the Ditto transform into a Pokemon that knows Ice Beam. From there, switch in the Gengar, and wait for Ice Beam to eventually freeze. This might take a little bit, but it can be done. Next, use a healing
Gengar's
item on
back
the Gengar
sprite in red and blue looks so fucking goofy. Holy shit.
Frozen status. Now that we have our main Pokemon, we next need to visit the PC.
He's like a big smiley
deposit
blob.
all of our items and all other Pokemon. Ordinarily, this is the part of the video where
You're currently shiny hunting?
releasing everything.
What are you
But that
shiny
step
hunting
isn't
for?
even necessary this time. With all of that taken care of, we're now going to head over to Route 11 with the frozen Gengar. Next, we're going to get into position and carefully open the start menu as we approach the long-range trainer. When we get this, we're now going to save the game here while standing in the youngster's line of sight. And now that we've done that, the lock is complete, and this save file has just become borderline unplayable. Let's go over the situation and really explore why that is. From now on, whenever this game is booted up, we will always start with the youngster noticing us and then forcing us to battle. When this battle starts, he will send out a level 18 Nidoran, and of course, our frozen ghost will be sent out too. After going
Shame
through the
and
setup,
then
it's
Brilliant
now impossible
Diamond
to
and
do
Shining
anything
Pearl.
except
Okay,
selecting
so
the
you're
fight
shiny
command.
hunting for a
There are no
legendary.
items in our
Gotcha.
inventory, nothing to do in the party screen, and as we all should know, there is no running from a trainer battle. Every time we try to fight, we will always be told that Gengar is frozen solid, and then our turn will pass. This will happen 100% of the time, and there is no way to cure this status in this battle. If you're more familiar with later Pokemon games, then you might be used to seeing Pokemon occasionally thawing out and losing the condition naturally. But here in Gen 1, the frozen status is infamously broken, with only 3 possible ways to remove it in the middle of a battle. The first is to use a healing item, such as an Ice Heal or Full Restore.
I sort of
But
wonder
as
if
we've
anyone's
gone
ever
over, there
reset
are no
long
items
enough to
use
get
here.
their
The second
starter
method
as a
is that the
shiny.
frozen Pokemon must be hit
Can
by
your
a
starter
fire
even
type
be a
move
shiny?
that is
Will Professor
capable of
Elm give you a
inflicting
shiny
burn
Cyndaquil
status.
if you bother him
Gen
enough?
1, this applies to all fire type moves except Fire
I wouldn't know,
Spin.
I've never done
The
it.
third method is for the opposing Pokemon to use Haze. It should go without saying that this Nidoran cannot use Haze or any fire type moves. So as a result,
He can.
it is not
Interesting.
possible for the player to do anything in this battle except constantly pass their turn through the fight command. Now that we understand why our Pokemon can't battle, the next question to naturally ask is, what can the youngster's Pokemon do? The Nidoran knows 4 moves.
You were the first to get a
Tackle,
shiny in
Double
that
Kick,
game?
Horn Attack, and Poison.
Oh, shiny starter.
The youngster
Oh
trainer
wow,
class
wow,
does
you're
not seem
lucky.
to have any special AI applied to it.
That's some
So it
real
will
luck.
take the opponent's type into account when choosing a move. It will also never attempt
Which
to
one
switch
was
any
it?
of its
Was it
other
a
Pokemon
Piplup,
either.
Plipup,
So under
a
these
Tur-
circumstances,
Turtwig,
it's
or a
guarantee that
Chimchar?
Every turn, one of its moves will be chosen at random, giving each attack a 1 in 4 chance of happening. 3 of these 4 moves do not affect Ghost Pokemon, so they will never be able to hit Gengar if selected. And keep in mind, in Gen 1, enemy trainers don't use PP like the player does. All of their moves have infinite uses. You cannot simply wait out
Literally
the
all
uses
day
its
of release
attacks
in the
until
mall.
there
You
are
got a
fewer
shiny
options.
Turtwig on
The
3
youngster will
resets. Oh
always
wow.
have all 4 of them to freely select.
Oh, on the day of
If you've
release
been
in the
following
mall.
along, then you've probably
That's impressive.
already arrived at a conclusion here. The only way to escape this battle is to wait until Gengar faints, which can only be accomplished by the youngster repeatedly hitting it with Poison Sting, which only has a 25% chance of happening each turn. That would make sense, right? However, that is only half correct. While we definitely need to lose this battle,
so
the
Newt
chances of
is
getting
finally
hit
level
by the
40.
opponent each turn isn't 25%. It's actually much, much lower. Although it may not be immediately obvious from the footage, there is an incredible oversight in Gen 1's battle mechanics that is actively working against us right now. If you've ever played Pokemon before, then something you've probably noticed is that if an attack lands, it will always do at least 1 point of damage, regardless of the difference in stats. But in the Generation 1 games, in some situations, it's actually possible for an attack to deal 0 damage. Most of you watching have probably never noticed this though. This is because when the game calculates an attack doing no damage, it'll display the text saying that it missed instead. From what I understand, this is only possible when the Pokemon being attacked has much higher stats than the attacker, and has 2 types that resist the move in question. Obviously, Gengar being a level 100 Ghost Poison type makes Poison Sting an incredibly ineffective move here. However, despite this, you've probably realized by now...
I just realized, I think Gyarados is our only physical attacker. Everybody else on our team is a special attacker.
Depleting. The majority of the time, the game will calculate the damage as 0, but there is a tiny chance that a critical hit can occur, and that rare instance is the only way for the calculation to be just high enough to deal that single point. In order to show just how rare this occurrence is, I did a little experiment. I loaded up the game...
You never screamed so loud in your life, but you were expecting to get a shiny that fast. I mean, to be fair, I would be fucking pogging out too.
47 times, and out of those 47 attacks...
Imagine I boot up my fucking stream, I go mosey on over to Professor Elm's lab, I pick my Cyndaquil, and I get a shiny Cyndaquil on the first try. That would be such a fucking pog moment. People would probably accuse me of cheating. I wouldn't blame them. It'd be insane.
Remember, the 1 in 256 glitch is still a thing, so there's always a small possibility that the critical Poison Sting could just miss anyway. After 200 turns, the game state has just barely advanced, with Gengar's HP only being slightly lowered. If it takes that long to reach this point, then just how long would it take for the entire battle to finish? Clearly, a lot of this is left up to chance, but let me give an example of how this could go. Let's say, for the sake of argument, that you were guaranteed to get hit every 2 minutes. Of course, this is assuming that you're playing on the fastest option setting and are mashing the A button without ever taking a break. With 242 max HP, it would take 484 minutes for the battle to end. That's 8 hours and 4 minutes. And that's only if you're lucky. In a real attempt, you're not going to be getting hit that frequently that fast, especially over such a long period of time. 8 hours for a single battle is a pretty big deal when you think about it. Speedrunners could go through the whole game start to finish multiple times.
How are you still outspeeding me when you're paralyzed, dude? That's cheating. You're clearly cheating.
It takes so long, what would even be the point? You might as well just start a new game. But with that in mind, what if I told you that we could make this even worse? Up until now, we've only been using 1 Gengar, but what if we were to add more? Let's say that beforehand, I cloned this Gengar and had an entire party of frozen ghosts. Having more of them for this battle still wouldn't let you do much. You could go
yeah, do you guys want 6 frozen Gengars? Level 100 frozen Gengars?
Fight command for the same result. With 6 Gengar instead of 1, the time it would take to escape the battle...
They come pre-frozen, you have to thaw them out yourself.
Once again, using the generous scenario of getting hit every 2 minutes, the total time would go from 8 hours and 4 minutes to 48 hours and 24 minutes. Remember that this is all over the course of 1 battle as well, so there is no way to save the game until you're done. This isn't like some of the other softlocks where you only need to check in on the game for a certain amount of time each day. If you want to salvage this save file, it's going to cost you at least 2 days of your life. And that pretty much covers everything I wanted to say about this. As you can see, escaping this softlock can be done, but the amount of time it would require is just not worth it. I think it's pretty safe to say that I've completed my goal here. Using the game's mechanics in unexpected ways, I've made a battle that lasts longer than a full playthrough. And that right there is a pretty big milestone when it comes to softlock picking. My name is Pikasprey, and thanks for watching.
You know, part of me wonders, is there any, like, internal mechanism in the Game Boy games that tracks, like, turn counters? Because I'm kind of wondering if you would run into a buffer overflow at some point. Like if the turn counter becomes too high or something. 6 frozen Gengar on your tummy? Sounds chilly. Especially since I'm in a bikini.
Hello internet users and welcome back to another video. Some time ago, I made a soft lock where I took an entire party
What do you want,
of
Walt?
100 Vaporeons into a glitchy spot in
This
the
is
Pokemon
Walt.
Emerald.
How are ya?
By making use of
You
an
know, a lot
obscure
of people
glitch,
misunderstand.
I was able to create a save file
It may
where
seem
the
like we
player was trapped
fire
for
breathers
an
use fire to
incredibly
threaten our
long time.
Pokemon while
Today,
we're training
I've got
them.
another
But that's
party
not the
of
case at
Vaporeon
all.
in Pokemon
We just
Blue,
train
and
our
I'm going to
Pokemon
use a
normally.
different glitch to create
Isn't
a
that
setup
right,
that is
Magmar?
even more evil than
Breathing
last
fire
time.
is just a
My
hobby.
name is Pikasprey, and I'm going to show all of you how to absolutely ruin
Well,
the
Magmar
genuine
would be
save
resistant
file.
to the fire
To get
anyway. I don't think
started,
Magmar
first
would be
need to
afraid of it.
explain a lesser-known mechanic that is only present in the Gen 1 games. Whenever you select Continue on the title screen, the player character will be set to face downward as everything loads in. No matter which direction you were facing when you last saved, this rule will always be applied in the background when data is loaded. This might sound incredibly mundane and pointless to bring up, but like many other things in Gen 1, this simple mechanic is incredibly broken in ways you'd never expect. The first major issue here is that this feature doesn't actually work in a lot of situations. As it turns out, in Gen 1, it's incredibly easy to open the menu right after you take a step onto another tile. In fact, with the right timing, it's technically possible to save the game right after a step is taken, but also before the end of the step is fully registered. In this case, if you were to reload your game, you'd find that you wouldn't be facing downward, but would instead be facing the direction of where you were walking. This is because the game is still trying to finish the step you took when you saved, which apparently takes priority over the normal routine of making the sprite look down. So technically, in this example I'm showing, the player is both looking to the right and down at the same time. But as soon as another step is taken after loading, things go back
That's so
to normal,
weird.
and this weird
Why would they
gameplay
need to make
state
the
is
player
entirely
look down
fixed.
whenever they
But
load a
with that
game?
said,
I never
even under
noticed
these
that.
conditions, the game still works like normal.
Okay, we
It's
have
tempting
everybody
to
at
use certain
level
items,
40.
even just the A button to interact with something.
Guys, the grind is finally over. We're at level 40. We can finally attempt the Elite Four. We don't even know if we're gonna win or not. We can attempt the Elite Four. We'll see what happens. We're finally here, guys. 3 straight hours of grinding. See, now, if I was a real bastard, I would just end the stream right there. But no, no! We must try. We must try to beat the Elite Four at least. I'm gonna delete Surf again from Gyarados.
The game is still checking the tile that the player sprite is actually facing. The fact that loading tries to make you look downward is a non-issue that's completely irrelevant to almost every feature in the game.
Something to
But if
eat all
that's
this
the
cake
case,
too.
Then why does any of this matter? Why am I bothering
Anyway,
to
thank
talk
you
about
all for
this?
coming for
And
this
what kind of
to this
glitch could
grind
possibly
stream.
happen
Yeah, that would be a real
because of
kick in the
such a
pants,
trivial
wouldn't it?
and unnoticeable detail? As it turns out, when you're in this weird state of facing 2 directions like this, there is
who did you
exactly
say I
one
was again?
situation where this will
Oh
make the
yes, I
game
remember now. I'm the move
if you were to
deleter.
walk towards a body
You've
of
come
water
to make
like
me
this,
force your
and then
Pokemon
save
to
the
forget
game
some
in the timing
moves.
I described before, you'd be able to do something amazing once the game is
No, we're gonna
reloaded.
try. We're gonna try to
If you
beat
go
the
into
Elite
the
Four.
party menu and use Surf, this will happen.
Which move should be forgotten? The answer is Surf. Also, can I say how much I love the Azalea Town theme? The Azalea Town theme is my favorite song in this game.
This world facing the water, the game allows Surf to be selected. But because it also tried to make the player look down, the Surf animation pushes the player in that direction instead. The setup can be used
Your
anywhere
Pokemon
it's
has
possible
forgotten
to save the
Surf
game
completely.
while stepping towards a water tile. And as I'm sure you've noticed, when this happens, the game will ignore the properties of the tile you swim into. Even if it's a solid wall on a building, you'll swim into it like its water. However, before you get too excited, you should know that everything you can do with this glitch is pretty limited. If you surf into the ground like this, you simply need to push another direction to put yourself back onto land like nothing happened. And if you're inside of a wall, you
Alright, I think the first Pokemon that Will sends out is a Xatu, so we're gonna start off with Cloud, I think.
On the internet,
Pretty sure it's
this glitch
Xatu.
is fittingly known as the surf down glitch. It's been documented
How
for
are
a
you
long
doing,
time,
Astro?
and
I don't
can
remember if
tell
I
you
greeted
that I
you
used to
earlier,
mess
or if you
around
were
with
here
it when I was
earlier.
younger. Once you know
My
about
brain
it,
is
it's
kind of mush
incredibly
after grinding
simple to pull
Pokemon.
off and show to other people.
But we're finally
Most
here. We're ready to
well-known
challenge
thing that this
the
glitch is
Johto
used
League.
for
We're
is
ready to
reporting
become
the
champions.
SSN in Vermilion City. But more realistically,
Oh, you just
most
showed up?
people use this glitch
Well,
so they
welcome
can
to the
surf
stream
the
then.
side and see the infamous
We were
truck sprays.
grinding.
While it is still
We were
possible to
grinding
reach
all.
this truck
So,
with various
let's see.
forms of sequence breaking, the surf
Basically, all of our Pokemon were like level 35, and we've ground everybody up to level 40. So we're perfect level 40s across the board. And we've also been watching cool videos on the side to help us from keep going insane. I've been watching videos about Pokemon soft locks.
down glitch is by far the simplest way of doing so.
Alright, let's buy
this
some
point in the
potions.
video, you're probably wondering what
Let's
this
get some
glitch has to
potions.
do with soft locking. As I said before, this glitch
Ew,
only
stinky,
allows
he
you to
uses
clip into
potions,
one
gross.
tile going downward. Because of this restriction, there isn't actually a whole lot you can do with this in most areas. But as it turns out, there is exactly one location in Gen 1 where using Surf Down has the potential to soft lock the entire save. North of Cerulean City, you can reach Bill's house at the end of the cape. Normally, this is an early game location that you only need to visit once and then never again. But in front of Bill's house, there are two ponds here that by complete coincidence are perfectly arranged to make use of the glitch. By walking upwards towards the ponds and saving at the right time, you can use the glitch to swim into the fence here. But because
You're
there's
gonna
another
need 'em,
water
kid.
pile ahead, you can keep swimming to get out of bounds on the other side. As soon as you do this though,
Rankings.
the fence
Oh,
will
this must be
become
for,
solid again,
PvP
and you'll be
stuff.
unable to exit the same way. By looking at
Some
the map of this
trainers
route,
suddenly
you'll
feel
notice that the areas
discouraged and
outside of the
leave.
fences are
My
just an
Abra can
L-shaped
take you
strip of
home,
water
but
and a small line of
trainers
land
just
tiles
fly
next to
home
Bill's
lately.
house.
I
The
feel
areas
left
that I've
out.
highlighted are the only
I'm sure my
places that the
Abra
player
feels
can
the same
move
way.
once they've clipped out.
Oh.
Because the camera
He
is
no
never
longer
meant
offers to
scroll over
teleport you
this
home.
far, you'll also find that the actual edges of the map are solid walls, so it's impossible to go any further. So how does
Once
this
you
turn
enter this
into a
door,
soft
you'll
lock?
be facing
Well, in
the
this
Elite
confined
Four.
area, the
They're
only
really tough.
possible
You
time
can't
where
exit
you
once
can
you enter.
activate the surf
Are you
down
ready?
glitch is
Be
this
courageous
one
and
right
go
here.
for it.
It's the only place you can stand
Alright, now we
where
save.
you can face the water while still being on land. But even if you set up the glitch again, you can only move into the corner of this fence, which accomplishes nothing. I cannot stress this enough. Once you use Surf Down to clip into this out-of-bounds area, you cannot use it to get back in. You're absolutely stuck. So with all of that in mind,
Oh wow, they just locked the door behind us. He doesn't even tell us not to chicken out like Lorelei does. He literally just locks the door behind us.
Or number 3, have your entire party faint, which warps you to the last used Pokemon Center.
Welcome to the
I've done
Pokemon
this
League.
entire
Allow me to
setup
introduce
using the party
myself.
of
I am
Vaporeon
Will.
I showed at the
I
start
have
of the
trained
video.
all around the world,
Obviously,
making my
Vaporeon
Psychic-type
cannot
Pokemon
fly or
powerful.
teleport.
And
So
at
if I were to
last, I've
save
been
the
accepted
game
into the
here,
Elite
I'd be
Four.
forced to battle wild
I can only
Pokemon
keep
in the
getting
water
better.
until all 6
Losing
of them
is not an
faint.
option.
There is just one tiny problem with that idea. There
Oh
are
god, he's a
no wild
femboy.
Pokemon in the
He's a
water
femboy,
here.
no.
If you're used to other Pokemon games,
He's even
you
cuter
know
than
that
Bugsy
every
somehow.
body of
Okay,
water
let's not get
has
carried
certain
away. Maybe he's like...
but in Generation 1,
He's sort
this
of
wasn't
cute. He sort of
actually
is
cool
cute as
yet.
Bugsy.
In these earlier games, only a select few areas, such as the ocean routes and caves, have
Wah,
Pokemon
femboy
that'll appear
alert,
by surfing.
femboy alert,
If the
wah,
location
femboy
only
alert.
has a couple ponds like this, you won't
Wait,
find
what?
anything in the water. You can surf up and down here for hours.
You
but
withdrawing
you'll never
Pokemon?
find
That's
a
cheating.
single wild encounter. However, this isn't the case for the fishing rods. Pokemon can still be fished up in Bill's yard, so it'd still be possible to let your party fall in battle. But this is only true if the player actually has
Oh, yeah, that's right. Forgot about the full restores.
Inventory. In Gen 1, it's possible to store your key items in the PC storage system. By doing this, it's possible to clip out of bounds at Bill's house with a completely empty inventory. If the Vaporeon are brought here like this, and the game is saved...
God, he
then
keeps
the save
missing the
files
lovely
will become
kiss.
truly
He's tried the
There is
lovely
absolutely
kiss like 4
nothing
times in a row, and it missed every
Every
time.
the
Let's
game
go.
is loaded, you can only
Cloud
walk around a
carry,
small
easy
confined
work.
area and stare at a party of Pokemon that can't even be used. If we wanted to, we could just leave it at that. The game is now 100% unplayable, and anyone who owned this cartridge would be forced to start a new game.
Actually, you know what? Since I'm actually fighting the Elite Four, I should probably stop the React Sloppa for now. Should stop the React Sloppa and actually turn the game volume up a little bit. Alright, Newt, show him your stuff. It's a critical hit! Ew, does a lot of damage. It's a lot of damage! It's a derpy-ass Slowbro sprite. And I know what you're gonna say. It's Slowbro, Rinny. Slowbro is always derpy. No, this is extra derpy. You can't convince me otherwise. Critical hit, let's fucking go. Newt, you're a legend. Flinched? Newt, you're a legend? Let's go. Newt carried, let's go. Newt carried. We psychics don't give up even when we're down to our last Pokemon. That's what makes us so formidable. Alright, Newt's about to go home in a body bag, unfortunately. I don't have any dark types either. Alright, you know what? Alakazam, you can tank this Psychic. Tank the Psychic. You have high special defense. Oh, Aerial Ace. Okay. Sure, I guess. Wait, Ominous Wind? Okay, that's a new one. Alright, you know what? Cloud, you come back. Come on, don't get confused. Damn it! You're letting me down, Cloud. There we go. Wah, wah. Femboy defeated. Femboy defeated alert. Let's go. Even though I was defeated, I won't change my course. I will continue battling until I stand above all other trainers. Now move on and experience the true ferocity of the Elite Four. I had to assert my femboy dominance over him. Alright, let's see. Is this Bruno? Is Bruno wearing a suit? Why is Bruno wearing a suit? Oh no, this is Koga. I'm stupid. Yeah, this is Koga. I'm stupid. Elite Four? More like Power Bottom 4. Yeah, get him out of here. Eradicated. Now, fortunately, we have Alakazam, so Koga should be a little bit less of an issue, hopefully. I mean, do I save? I guess so. That went pretty well, I think. And none of us leveled up, but that went pretty well. It's because of my expert skills as a trainer. I mean, we might lose, guys. We might actually lose. We might get knocked out and get sent back to the start. But we get to keep the experience. That's the most important thing. Wahaha! I am Koga of the Elite Four. I live in shadows, a ninja. My intricate style will confound and destroy you. Confusion, sleep, poison. Prepare to be the victim of my sinister techniques. Wahaha! Pokemon not merely about brute force. You shall see this soon enough. Yeah, I thought it was Bruno in a suit. It's fucking Koga. I'm silly. Fucking old man. Old ass man.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Thank you so much for the head pats. Yeah, we beat you 3 years ago in Kanto. Get out of here. Rufio carry? You know Rufio's carrying this fight. The only problem is we're going to use up all of our psychic PP. No, don't gunk shot all over me. How dare you? Wasting all my PP on this fucking muck. Go, easy work. Fortress. Interesting choice. Hideki. I guess sweep him up. Yeah, sweep him up. Oh, Venomoth. Easy work. Wait, what? Survive with 1 HP? Well, you know what? I have quick attack. One Pokemon left? Ha ha ha! I've been counting on this one from the very beginning. Alright, Fire Blast. No, you can't miss. You're not allowed to miss, Hideki. You need to actually hit him. Yeah, this would have been the one situation where having Miracle Eye would be useful. I'm pretty sure Miracle Eye goes through Double Team. You know what, I'm gonna go for the Maverick pick. I'm gonna go for Gyarados. Easy work. Ah, you've proven your worth. Got a lot of money, too. Let's go. I subjected you to everything I could muster, but my efforts failed. I must hone my skills. Go to the next room and put your abilities to the test. Alright, now it's Bruno. Bruno got a promotion. Bruno used to be the second member of the Elite Four, now he's the third. I guess he knocked Agatha off. Agatha's probably so old now she retired. Alright, let's revive Hideki. We should probably use potions, too. Yeah, go back to Kanto. Go back to Kanto, nerd. This is Johto territory. We don't want you around here. I can't be too graphic with it. The Pokemon League might take away my trainer's license if I get too hateful. Alright, so Bruno is mostly rock types, so I'm kind of thinking lead with Gyarados. We could lead with Gyarados and switch into Newt if we have to, or Alakazam. I am Bruno of the Elite Four. I always train to the extreme because I believe in our potential. That is how we became strong. Can you withstand our power? Hmm? I see no fear in you. You look determined. Perfect for battle. Ready, Rinny? You will bow down to my overwhelming power. Ho-ha! Get off your fat ass, Bruno. Yeah, why is he showing us his ass? What's going on here? Easy eradication, let's go. Onyx? Stinky. Imagine being an Elite Four trainer and you have an Onyx. Come on now. At least get a friend and evolve it into Steelix. Okay, the Hitmonchan actually might know Thunder Punch. This might be bad for us. I mean, Hitmonchan has shitty special... No, wait, it's a physical attack. Yep, we're fucked. It's a physical attack in this game, I forgot. We're fucked. No! Gyarados got fucking fried. Belted, bitch. You thought you were gonna cheese me with Gyarados, but you forgot that Thunder Punch is a physical move this generation, bish. What do you think about that? Ugh. Nasty. Alright, let's see what Air Slash does. Air Slash is a special move. Yeah, still nasty. Come on, critical hit and or flinch, please. Please, Newt, please, flinch. Damn it. Yep. No dice. Felted. Completely and utterly felted. Alright. I don't even know if Hitmonlee can learn elemental moves. Fight as hard as you can until you faint. Swagger? Oh, I mean, sure, I guess. We're both confused. Oh, it can learn Blaze Kick? Okay. And it's a critical hit, too. Why wouldn't it be? Why? How could we lose? Having lost, I have no right to say anything. Go face your next challenge. Yeah, don't be a sore loser. I'm getting wrecked. I don't think I'm getting wrecked. I think I'm doing pretty good, actually. If you want to know the truth about it, I think I'm doing pretty good. Wait, trash? No, not trash. Use.
Yeah.
What are you doing, silly boy? Almost out of hyper potions, too. We really should have bought, like, 5 extra hyper potions. Newt's almost not even worth healing, but you know what? I'm trying to be a good trainer, okay? I'm trying to treat my Pokemon fairly and equally. Alright, so let's go over why this next fight is gonna suck fat wieners. Are you all strapped in for the Rinny explanation class so we can begin? Karen is a Dark-type trainer, and I have no Fighting-type Pokemon. If I actually got that Heracross I keep talking about, I would have a Fighting Pokemon right now, but I didn't, so I don't have one. Typhlosion technically knows Rock Smash, and, Rock Smash also sucks fat wieners, so we're not going to be relying on Rock Smash either. I actually barely remember Karen's team to begin with. I just know she has a Houndoom and an Umbreon. Everything else is going to be a pure surprise to me. Oh, does Cloud learn, like, Iron Tail at level 42? I am Karen of the Elite Four. You're Rinny? How amusing. I love Dark-type Pokemon. I'm known for my overpowering tactics. Think you can take them? Just try to entertain me. Let's go. Oh, Signal Beam. Yeah, it's a Bug-type move. Brionne on fight. Oh, we're doing this double team bullshit again. We really need a physical attacker for Umbreon. You know what? I'm gonna restart. I'm gonna restart and do, I'm gonna restart and lead with Gyarados again. We need a physical attacker. Umbreon's special defense is too high. Alternatively, we can lead with Ampharos and use Thunder Wave. That's also an option. Alright, Gyarados, you're back in. Show me what you got. Yeah, it's gonna spam Waterfall. Yeah, pretty much. We're just gonna spam Waterfall. Oh, there we go. We flinched. Let's go. Red Rager carry. Let's go. He had 1 health left, unfortunately. Alright, this is some bullshit. 3 confusion hurts in a row, dude? Are you serious? Yeah, you better flinch. Yeah, I'm tempted to restart. Those 3 confusion hits were bullshit. Let's see, what would be our best bet here? I mean, really, our best bet is hitting with Fire Blast. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen, but we can try. It happened, wow. And he still had 1 health left. Alright, well, you know what? Suck a fat dick, Umbreon. You're dead. Does Sir Houndoom know something wacky like Earthquake? Nasty plot. Alright, we need to get, Gyarados back in the ring. Let's get you back in the ring, buddy. Yeah, we might be heading for another restart. Alright, guess we're restarting again. You know, let me look at my TMs. Do we have any, like, good TMs that we've been saving? We do have Earthquake. We could teach Earthquake to, Gyarados. Yeah, we could totally teach Earthquake to Gyarados. We wouldn't be stabbed, though, which is unfortunate. Earthquake. You know what? I'm gonna lead with, I'm actually gonna lead with Ampharos. And my reasoning for this is I'm gonna paralyze, I'm gonna paralyze Umbreon. But before I paralyze Umbreon, I'm gonna get, stuck with a sticky note. Let's get 1 sticky note. Alright, we've heard this all before. Yeah, Ampharos is going to become a paralysis machine. Fucking miss my dick. Dude, this confusion shit is so rigged. There you go. Let's go, critical hit. She's gonna use a full restore, though. Oh, she didn't? Interesting. Guess we're restarting again. We could have just revived. We could have switched in another Pokemon and revived Ampharos, but fuck that. Fucking double team spam pussy. You play with somebody like that in real life, you get punched in the face. More of this confusion bullshit. Yeah, I don't mind using a paralyze heal. It's worth it. Worth it to paralyze you. God, this fucking confusion bullshit is so fucking corny. The confusion chances for the CPU is so fucking garbage, dude. You always fucking hurt yourself. It's only supposed to be like a 25% chance, but it happens like 70% of the time for the player. I got to do this again. I have to paralyze him again. Yeah, this is really, really, really fucking corny. It's kind of funny how much you can break this game by just spamming double team. And when I say funny, I mean it's not funny at all. I'm not laughing. Alright, I don't think the paralysis strat is working. See, Newt had foresight. He had foresight once upon a time. He does not have foresight anymore. Foresight is long gone. Honestly, our best bet might just be using Gyarados. The paralysis strat, like, it works kinda, but also kinda not. Yeah, you kinda play like a cunt, Karen. Has anyone ever told you that? Can Gyarados learn Sword Stance? I'm not sure. Sword Stance is only like a move tutor in later generations, right? Okay, there you go. Get fucked. Get absolutely fucked. Waterfall spam wins the day. Hydro Pump. Let's fucking go. Let's see, what's your special stat again, Red Rager? Not good. He probably knows Thunder Fang. Oh, no he doesn't. Or he's using Nasty Plot instead. Okay, that works. I'll take it. Oh yeah, who gives a fuck about Murkrow? Nobody cares about Murkrow. Interesting. Hello, Leo Kira. How are you doing? You can full restore all you want. You're not saving that Murkrow. I'm gonna eat that bird. We're eating that bird, if it's the last thing I do. Excuse me? Excuse me? Fucking critical hit? Wow. Gengar, interesting. Focus Blast. Interesting. Oh, we should have bought a Focus Blast TM. Yeah, we should have bought a Focus Blast TM. That's what we should have done. We could have gotten a Focus Blast TM and taught that to our Gengar. That way we would have fighting coverage for this. Yeah, okay, well, good to know. We'll do that after the Elite Four, I guess. Nothing we can do about it now. And Kusarin has redeemed their streamer smooch. What? A big salty streamer smooch in the middle of my Elite Four challenge? Yeah, you must have heard me bitching. Bitching isn't very flattering, I guess. Not very romantic, but you know what? You know what is romantic? Smooches. Mwah. Smooches are very romantic. Trying to figure out what would be the best. What is he gonna do here? Is he gonna use Focus Blast, or is he gonna try Shadow Ball? He's gonna outspeed us no matter what. That's a little bit of an issue. Yep, Focus Blast. Ear Slash! Yeah, that's right, get owned. Oh, Vileplume, let's fucking go. This is far from being backed into a corner. Oh, I disagree. I disagree. I am 100% inclined to disagree. I think we're done here, Karen. I think we're done. Flinched, let's fucking go. Newt carry, Newt carry, let's fucking go. Easy work, critical hit. Backed into a corner, get into that corner, get in the corner. They call you Corner Karen, let's go. Well, aren't you good? I like that in a trainer. Strong Pokemon, weak Pokemon. That is only the selfish perception of people. Truly skilled trainers should try to win with the Pokemon they love best. That sounds like Cope. Your style. You understand what's important. Go on. The champion is waiting. We need to revive. Let's get some revives. Yeah, we're gonna need Red Rager for this fight. He's the only Pokemon that has an ice move. Which we're gonna need against Lance. Yeah, Lance and his 20 Dragonites. Let's see, we also have Blizzard. Can we teach Blizzard to anybody? Any of our special attackers? The answer is no. We have no special attackers who can learn Blizzard. I could have swore Gengar could learn Blizzard in Pokemon Stadium, but apparently I was hallucinating, and that was not the case. Somebody in chat was very keen to correct me that Gengar can indeed not learn Blizzard in Gen 1. Here we come to the Gilded Hall of Dragons, where the champion awaits us. The end of our Johto League challenge. It all culminates in this moment. In many, many reset attempts, most likely. Can learn Ice Punch, though. I've been waiting for you. Rinny, I knew that with your skills you would eventually reach me here. There's no need for words now. We will battle to determine who's the stronger between the two of us. As the most powerful trainer in the Pokemon League champion, I, Lance, the Dragon Master, accept your challenge. Oh, we should have started with fucking Cloud, shouldn't we? I always forget about his Gyarados. What? Good sir, how? There we go. That's more like it. Also, I like how the touch screen down here in the bottom is like blood red now. And thank you so much for the big emote, Tom. Are we showing our hand early, huh? Damn it. I think he knows Thunder too, so Red Rager is in a big risk here, so I'm pretty sure his Dragon Knight knows Thunder. Yeah, he's showing his ace to us early. Let's fucking go. Critical hit. Critical hit! Red Rager carry. Red Rager carry. Critical hit. Oh, Thunder Thing. God damn it. Alright, that's not very good for us. I'm pretty sure he knows Earthquake, too. So Cloud is kind of fucked, even though Cloud is dead. Cloud is so fucked, he's already dead. What about Shade, though? Shade has Levitate. He can't get hit by Earthquake. And he does have Thunder. But he knows Crunch. God damn it. I think it's a little over, bud. I think it's over right about now. Is anybody faster than this Aerodactyl? Okay. The answer is no. Nobody is faster than Aerodactyl. I think it's a little bit over right about now. Yeah, that carry meant nothing. You thought that you thought the Red Rager carry meant something? You were incorrect. Yeah, it's so fucking over, man. It's so over. We're so underleveled for this fight. It's kind of insane how underleveled we are. Fucking Lance. If only I had my extreme speed Dratini, this would be a different story. Yeah, that's real cool, but it doesn't really make a difference now, does it? Now, Intimidate does lower his attack, at least. That doesn't seem like it does much for us. They don't let you leave until they shake you down for money. So we technically do have an X speed. We do have an X speed at our disposal. I don't know what good that's gonna do us, though. We get immediately eradicated. Whoops. Looked off my window. Oh shit, I forgot to change to Ampharos. Yeah, we need Ampharos for this. But I think Dragonite is still gonna fucking kill Ampharos, though. Even with X speed, we're still gonna lose. I think we're still gonna lose. I don't think this is gonna work. Oh, use it against Aerodactyl? Yeah, that would probably work too. TBH. There goes my X speed, unfortunately. It's the only one I got, kid. I don't got any other ones. I was hoping the paralysis would proc, but no. Yeah, we're so fucked. We are so unbelievably fucked. Oh, it missed? Interesting. Can I confuse you? No, I think we're boned. I think we're boned. I think we gotta start over. We gotta start over. We have to go back. I mean, the one positive is I can teach Focus Blast to Gengar and make Karen much easier. Actually, hold on. Hold on, I have one last-ditch effort. I have one last-ditch effort for this. We're gonna use Newt-Newt, we're gonna sacrifice Newt-Newt and make him set up Reflect. We're gonna sacrifice Newt-Newt to set up Reflect. That's our only choice. We have to use Newt-Newt to set up Reflect. So Cloud is gonna dumpster the Gyarados once again. Once Ampharos goes down, we switch into Newt-Newt and we use Reflect. Alright, so what we do, hear me out. We need to use X speed on Ampharos. Ampharos will kill Gyarados in one hit. The X speed will let Ampharos outspeed Dragonite and paralyze him. So when we switch in Newt-Newt, Newt-Newt can safely set up Reflect. It's all gonna make sense, I swear. It'll make sense. I'm not just babbling like a madman, it's gonna make sense. Oh, wow. And he already paralyzed. Okay, well, that's one way of doing it. Let's fucking go. He has another Dragonite, though. Alright, who can stall the best? We're about to play who can stall the best. I have no more full revives, unfortunately. Anybody who comes in is going to come in at partial health. think we're still boned. Oh, it missed? Okay, let's fucking go. There's no way we're winning this. If we win this, this is gonna be the scam of the century. Oh, it knows thunder. Okay. Cool. Critical hit, too. You know what? I'm gonna bet the farm. Bet the farm on a psychic. Random psychic. Oh, it outspeeds! Let's go! Let's fucking go! Alakazam outspeeds him. Shadow Claw. Okay, bro. You missed, pal. He has a third Dragonite, dude? Come on. Oh, come on now. Come now. Come now, good sir. Hey, you missed, pal! God, I'm abusing my Pokemon so badly. My poor, poor Pokemon are being abused. So this is an extremely fucking cheesy, nasty, disgusting, unsportsman way of beating this battle, but we can keep on bouncing between Alakazam and Red Rager, and we're gonna win. We can keep bouncing between Alakazam and Red Rager, and we'll win eventually. Because number one, Alakazam outspeeds him, and number two, every time we throw in Gyarados, his attack goes lower. Future Sight? No. Future Sight is garbage. We're the champion! Let's go! We're so good! We're so fucking good. We're such a good fucking, trainer, dude. We won that legitimately. We won that totally legitimately. What are you talking about? I didn't cheat. $20,000 in the bank. Phew. You have become truly powerful, Rinny. No, I know how to spam items. I'm no better than DSP. I am a disgusting ass DSP item spammer. DSP tier item spammer. Your Pokemon have responded to your strong and upstanding nature. Dark side, Rinny. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I totally won that legitimately. I'm the new champion. As a trainer, you will continue to grow strong with your Pokemon. Don't worry, you're gonna drop the Rinny cheated and HeartGold in 10 years. Oh no, it's all over. Professor Oak, if you weren't so slow. Rinny, it's been a long while. You certainly look more impressive. Excuse me, old man? Excuse me? I always looked impressive. You see how many revives I spam? You see how many revives I spammed, Professor Oak? That's fucking impressive. Let's go. Put that on your 2-bit radio show. Your conquest of the league is fantastic. Your dedication, trust, and love for your Pokemon made this happen. Your Pokemon were outstanding too. Because they believed in you as a trainer, they persevered. Congratulations, Rinny. You're so good at using revives. Let's interview the brand new champion. This is getting to be a bit too noisy. Rinny, could you come with me? Oh, wait, we haven't done the interview! It's been a long time since I last came here. This is where we commemorate League champions for all eternity. Their courageous Pokemon are also included. Here today, we witness the rise of a new League champion, a trainer who feels compassion for and trust towards all Pokemon. A trainer who succeeded through perseverance and determination, and much revive spam. The new League champion who has all the makings of greatness and sacrificing his own Pokemon to switch in Gyarados. Rinny, allow me to register you and your cannon fodder and Gyarados as champions. Let's go, I'm a dirty, rotten cheater. I cheated at the children's game and I won. Well, I hope you all enjoyed the grind fest and the cheese fest, because that was something. That was quite something. Yeah, we were severely underleveled, but we pulled it out somehow. We pulled it out with pure item spam and cheese. But this is my first time ever beating HeartGold. Obviously, I've beaten normal gold before, but I've never beaten HeartGold, so... a momentous occasion, for sure. Yeah, we got some extra cheese on top. Why is Chuck getting chased around by Zubats? Chuck, surely you aren't afraid of Zubats. I know you're a fighting type trainer, but still. Yeah, that was kind of ridiculous, but you know what? We got it done. I like the little spinning Hoppips, too. The Hoppips are cute. The end. Or is it? Or is it, chat? Is it the end? Silly Rinny, don't you know the journey's only just begun? Now we're back home. And our poor, abused Pokemon. Oh, hey, Mom. What do you want, Mom? Hi, Rinny. Professor Elm told me that he has something to give you. Thanks, Mom. All of our poor, suffering Pokemon have been completely healed. After that disgusting abuse that we put them through. Alright, what do you got for me? What do you got for me, Professor? Rinny, there you are. I called because I have something for you. See? It's an SS ticket. Now you can catch Pokemon in Kanto. That ticket will take you to the fast ship that departs from Olivine City. But you knew that already, Rinny. After that, you've adventured all over with your Pokemon. Give my regards to Professor Oak. Okay, we're gonna buy Focus Blast before I forget. What do you guys think? Do you think I should stop here, or do you think I should take a look at Kanto? Go to Kanto. I don't have work tomorrow, but I do have a house tour to go to. Now, technically, the house tour is like a flexible time, so it's not like I have to be up at a certain time, but... I guess as long as I don't literally sleep the entire day, it's not too big of a deal. I think this is Focus Blast.